Alright, guys. BLM here, back another live stream. Again, it's only been a day, but whatever. A bit late, but yeah, it is what it is. Sure, I'm not feeling the greatest. I do have a bit of a sore throat. We'll see how this goes. And by that, I mean they'll probably just go the same as every other fucking stream because I end up just doing a normal stream anyway. Um, but very funny Big Brother things happening slash sad. Okay, cool. I'm trying to find my own stream. There. All right. Can't believe Barrett didn't have the power. Sure. Yeah, it's very funny how yeah, like everyone thought it was Drew that had the power leading into the episode, considering how Drew's been like saying some weird fucking shit as if he has the power. 95 is insane. What did I want? B Bribe is funny. Like I assume D's just gonna use it to steal a jury vote, right? Like it feels like that's the oh, streak. Oh yeah, thank you. I completely missed that. Thank you, Ray Ranger, for 95 stream streak. Yeah, close to 100. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it works with jury votes or not. It didn't specify. It just said that you can use it to have people vote like the way you want them to, which like I think allows for jury votes. I don't know. I mean, she can. I mean, the thing is, like, they don't have to take the bribe, but she can say, "Hey, I'll give you $5,000 to take me to the end." But like, why would they do that if they're gonna lose to her? Like, why would they like? Because like, you win $750,000. Why are you gonna take $5,000 to lose at the end? I guess if you're gonna lose either way. No, she can't lie about the amount of money. You can't lie about the rules of the powers on Big Brother. So if she tells someone about the bribe, she has to tell them the truth about everything about it. But she can obviously not tell people. How's it going? Same old. I mean, I've been here every fucking day for the last few days. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't use Zach's power. Because I just feel like that makes sense to do Zach's power. Got major Vinny Pinero vibes from Sage. That's interesting. I've never once thought about that connection before my entire life, but maybe I will want to rewatch 49. Great opportunity to reverse the curse, yeah. Still mad at Drew for not playing. I am too. Drew's a fucking idiot. That was the initial name of stream, by the way. Was now I see a beta and submissive and idiotic Drew on Big Brother. And to be fair, he's still idiotic, but just not as idiotic as we thought he was. I find it interesting that Dee's lying to Devins about the power, but like, I kind of get it based on what the power is, considering it's something that like it lasts the entire game and also it can be done in secret. Where I feel like this can be used like fairly reminiscent to how like D handled the Julie Austin thing at Final 7 of 45. I would expect her to probably use it to buy a jury vote. Is what I'm assuming she's going to do. Because I'm assuming she still does want to go to Devins. I would still fully expect her to be loyal to Devins, but I could see this being part of her like undercutting of Devins. Is her trying to like bribe a jury vote away from him. Have Drew go home this week. I'll be honest, me too. I think we're at the spot where like Drew's given us all he's gonna give us. I feel like I don't know what else there is to get from Drew. Yeah, it's. I think it's better. Like, I would rather definitely lose Drew over Melody. Drew versus Lyric, I'm kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of close-ish to me. I don't know. But I do think my preferred is probably losing Drew at this point. Yeah, Lyric seems to be the renom. I think Mallory's a lock. I don't think she's a lock. I think she's likely. Like, she would definitely be a top contender to get it. But I wouldn't say she's a lock. Why isn't Haley putting up Lala? Couldn't tell you. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know if it's the notion that, like, Lala can't win competitions and they need someone to beat Drew in the blockbuster. I don't know. But, like, I feel like that's the only logic I can see of why you wouldn't do it. Lala's missed, clearly. Melody for power, just rubbing Haley's face, yeah. And from what I understand, Melody's been getting a pretty good edit. I didn't watch tonight's episode yet, but I've seen like the reaction to it, and I know there's this entire like segment dunking on Haley, and it was narrated by Melody, where yeah, I could definitely see Melody being a contender as well. I think Melody, Mallory, Drew if he stays. Who else are like contenders? Kamu from Casual, but I don't even know if Casual still love Kamu? Yeah, it has been a while with some reviews. Voting Chuck for the power, clearly Chuck is the best vote. I mean, oh yeah, Lyric's an option. Yeah. Lyric's an option for sure. I think that's about it though. Like I obviously Chuck's not getting it, Haley's not getting it, Lala's not getting it, Taylor's probably not getting it, Yash isn't getting it. I've not seen it. Like I know he did it. Like we talked about it yesterday, but I haven't watched it. Chuck is a person that exists on the season. Debatable. We don't even know that's true. Imagine Kamu and Lyric had to do the Adam and Eve punishments. I mean, Kamu would be in paradise then, wouldn't he? That's the thing that's depressing about all this, is that like even if Mallory or like someone like that gets voted in to get the power, they're probably like there's a good chance they're getting the punishment. Like there's literally more odds they're getting a punishment than they are getting a power at this point. And even the powers, it's like one of them is a fucking have not pass. So, is my evicted player ranking Rome, Jason, Ashley? No, I have Rome, Ashley, Jason. Is a bottom 3 season? I think that's insane to think that already. Like it's way too early. Like you think this is worse than like BB22? Even at the time of week 3, I don't think this is like. Or I guess we're week 4 now. By the way, even at this like specific point, this is way better than BB21. Like 21 up to week 4 was miserable. Like this is definitely not the worst season of all time. Like I would not take anyone seriously if they said that this is the worst season of all time. We tried to flip, but it was also problematic. Like it was also not fun. Like it was still like Nicole being ostracized, and even when the flip happens, it's like it eliminates Cliff. It's like cool. Mickey's 10th. I don't think that's the case. I think Thog's at least like a funny bad. Kamu sucks. Like Kamu and Mickey are like close-ish. Generally, Kamu's probably more of a jack, but like still. Thog is at least funny how bad she is. Like it's actually like I feel like she's more of a joke than anything. Is there any hope for the Roman Empire to get back together? Like so, what are we including as the Roman like Rome? Fuck me, Lala. I mean, what's even left anymore? Like Jason's gone. They're probably gonna like. I mean, I gotta not necessarily lose another one, but like still, it's like. Yeah, it's what the Giggle Girls plus Lala and Taylor, I guess. I don't know, it's not really a real thing, but if Kamu won this season, would it be bottom 3? It would be a bottom 3 result. I don't know if it would be a bottom 3 season fundamentally, but the result would be horrible. Thog is like if Lisa, BB26, and Christmas had a baby. Kinda, yeah. Kind of see that. Um, that because Haley's so weird about her. What are we talking about? Is Thog Dan Foley? Kind of. There is some parallel. Thing is, Dan Foley's actually a better player. Bottom three again. I think the first 2 weeks were so much fun that I don't think this can be a bottom three pre-jury. Like there's definitely worse pre-juries than this. She is a very outgoing, bubbly, and fun. That is true. Yeah, it's literally so early on in the season. I think it's insane to like have a like holistic take on the season. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case though. I don't think the tool shed's going to dominate. The vets might dominate, but I don't think the tool shed will dominate. Like I think the tool shed's taking like I think one of them's going within the next couple weeks. Like I think it's gonna get to the point where like even the returnees are gonna want them out. Like at least by the time of like jury phase, like around jury. Is Yash secretly in the best position? I wouldn't say he's in the best position, but he's in one of the best positions. From what I understand, isn't Angela already turning on Yash? Like Angela's now like she's already like over Drew. Like Drew's gone. Like in her mind, like Drew's gone. Yeah, she wants to backdoor Yash now. So I think Yash is her new Drew. Which thank God. Someone from the Wolfpack Alliance will win. What's the Wolfpack again? It's what D, Yash, Devins, and Kamu, right? Which, sure, probably. Taylor for a win. I'd love to see it. Especially because, like, from what I understand, also, like, Kamu's not managing Taylor, like, that much anymore. To where, like, I think Taylor's probably more actually with the other side nowadays. So, yeah. I'd like to see it. When the power D did. And lied to everybody. She's a liar, like Emily Flippin. I feel like Angela's clamoring. You mean like the BB Twitter been talking around that? I don't know if that's the case. I think Angela's just Angela. Would production rig the coin flip if needed? I don't remember how the coin flip worked in 23. Like how that was it an actual coin? I mean, like, either way, it's like, technically, they can't. Technically. But, also, they can. Because, like, there technically is, like, fairness, whatever, people working on the show. Like, there actually is, like, even though, again, they aren't listed as, like, a game show, whatever, don't have to follow game show rules, there still is, like, fairness and practice, whatever, that sort of thing involved in these reality shows. So it's like, I don't know. I wouldn't expect them to rig the coin flip itself, but they could. Hell's pushed? Sure. Yeah, it is funny that Claire doesn't even remember, which, yeah, I don't know if anyone does. Yeah, I reacted to that Vinny. Yeah, I don't know how like Vinny and Sage are that like that similar, but yeah. There's gonna be 5 HOHs in a row. When HOH week 5, use coin of Destiny week 6. Production allows you to play HOH week 7, but you can't win with coin of Destiny. You can't win HOH back with coin. At least if it works like 23, like Claire had to throw the next HOH. Also, can you use replay on someone else? I generally don't know. But fuck does Drew keep hinting? Yeah, that's what I don't understand. That's the thing I don't like. What is Drew's plan? Like, what is Oh, I forgot about that actually. Yeah, Danny didn't use it on herself. So yeah, I guess you can. But anyway, yeah, what is Drew's plan? Like, what is he doing? Like, I don't understand. Like, because that was the reason why everyone thought that he had a powers, because like he was telling people that like, hey, next week, I have a big plan if I win HOH. What is this?
Saying since freaking day one, you have to get out Savannah.
We have to do it. Come on, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on, let's do it.
Person voted out and the fourth member of our jury, Juwan.
No! Why?
Handed her $1 million, Sophie.
Hey, let's evict Lauren then. Fuck my game.
Handed her $1 million, Sophie.
I mean, I don't think this is similar at all, but it is just funny seeing the Terran clips back.
Let's evict Lauren then. Fuck my game. Let's evict her. I don't care. I'll go next.
I did not hand her $1 million.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Like, I don't see the parallel, but I do think it's just like it's funny that to think that there is. Just playing a whole other game in his head, yeah. But again, why would Drew take that? Why would Drew take like if D bribes Drew? Hey, I'll pay you $5,000 to throw the blockbuster. That's essentially telling him, hey, you need to fucking win the blockbuster because why else would she fucking threaten you? Like, it's so stupid. Why would she do that? And also, why would she even waste it on that? Like, who fucking cares if Drew's in for one more week? What was this? He could have flipped the sure. Levi, thank God. He's pumped, but like, why would he believe that though? Like, especially because like in that spot, she has to say, like, she can't say, hey, my power expires this week. She's not allowed to do that. So it's like, why would D do this? Like, in his mind. And again, it's Drew. He's like, who the fuck knows what he's thinking? But like, also it's like she would have the, like, she can't lie to him and say that, oh, my power expires this week. I have to use it now. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Who's Drew think he's going home this week? Melody, I believe. He thinks Melody was the target the entire time. He thinks that they're trying to target Melody for the sake of weakening him, but not actually getting him out. Why would he believe his alliance put him on the block? I mean, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, like, I know Barrett's like anti-tool shed at this point. Like, where's Drew in all this? But yeah. Like, I mean, yeah, if you're Drew, you should know that this is pretty bad. Like, this is pretty rough. Yeah, he's pretty anti-Red Corner, for sure. Yeah, because he was talking about nominating Red Corner, right? That was the entire plan, is like, I'm going to nominate Red Corner next week, but, like, it's not going to look like it's me. Which, I don't understand. Like, what is his plan? It's a shame nobody put a compilation of Terran Vince. Sure, yeah. Thinks him, Devins, Barrett are the ones on the, yeah. Yeah, he still thinks Devins is like fully with him. I'm only streaming every day because I'm trying to finish my Survivor player ranking. Like, I'm live every day until I'm done with this, which I'm almost done. I probably should be done on, like, Tuesday or something. With that phase, to be fair. Like, I'm going to do another phase, but, like, still. It's relatively close to being done. That's actually the thing. I did open the draft because I forgot about the draft entirely. I haven't updated it since the Ashley boot, so I guess we can look at that. What do we got? We got Rome gone. So there's that, and then we got Jason gone. So Gamer has D, still pretty good. Attack has Barrett and Haley. That's looking a bit rough. I have Devins and Yash. I feel like that's... Do I have the best team? I feel like I might have the best team. H-Brooks has Latrice and Melody. That's looking rough. Menace is Camu Chuck. That's depressing. Ray Rangers Taylor, that's fine-ish. Abstello has Mallory and Angela, that's pretty mid. Julian has, Julian's fucked. Yeah, Julian's pretty much out. Then Hunting Melon has or fucking Lion Melon and Hunting Rifle kind of have Lyric, which yeah, that's fine. Not great, but like not like not dead yet. Yeah, Mez does have the least menace team ever. Maybe that means that Mez is finally gonna win this time. Trade Lyric for Drew, that would be an insane play. Like, I don't know why you would do that. Lyric for Kamu. Again, that's insane. None of the first three boots have survived a single round gameplay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Chuck mentioned that. Like, yeah, like he's the last one standing already of all the people that got immunity week 1. Which that's kind of insane. Yeah, we're doing the power ranking. Probably pretty soon. Do it here. You take Lyric. Why are you actually? I mean, like, why would you not take Lyric? I'll allow this trade if Julia and Lion Melon agree to. Wait, what was the other trade that happened? I don't even remember what the other trade that happened was. Wasn't it like Roman? Yeah, Roman Melody. That's what it was. So yeah, that actually like, yeah, like Lion Melon already like fucked up his team. That would actually be that would be a very funny ending to your draft. Is that you end up you end up swapping both of your like decent picks for, I guess not Melody's not a good pick, but like either way, we end up trading just to get the boots of the week. Might be trying to throw it. A lot of people think Drew had the coin because he was telling people like he was telling people I have this big plan for next week that like it's gonna like I'm gonna nominate, like if I win HOH I'm gonna nominate Red Corner, but it's not gonna look like I nominated Red Corner, which like what the fuck do you mean? Like, what does that mean? Like, it like perfectly lines up the fact that he has the Coin of Destiny, and his plan is to nominate like 3 pawns, and then use the Coin of Destiny, and then get Kamu ejected. No, I doubt it. I generally don't understand what Drew's talking about. Like, what is his plan? Same with the Vets degree pawns. I don't think so. At least not Devin's, at least. But nah, it's a weird plan. So he's gonna nom them without telling them. That's not the impression I had of it, but I don't know. Maybe that is what he means. Drew lost his mind. Yes. You keep Lyric? Oh my god, what a shocking move. Why is Melody Haley a dark side version of Brittany Haley? Oh, Brittany Rachel, okay. Yeah, kind of see it. I don't know, not really. If anything, isn't it the other way around? Like, isn't Melody the Rachel and Haley's the Brittany in this world? Because, like, Rachel never says anything bad about Brittany. Like, nothing that bad. Like, it's like, it's Brittany that's, like, making personal attacks against Rachel for most of BB12. Drew's not lying about having the coin because he doesn't know the coin exists. He's just talking bullshit, I guess. Just the hair color? Yeah, I guess. Lyric's not going to ask people to vote her out. He is a Mr. Beast fan. That is true. What if he actually wait. What if he wait. What if he actually does that? What if that's his plan? What if his plan is to actually flip a coin, but it's not the coin of destiny? What if his plan is like, hey, I have 2 different version of noms, and the one that's gonna decide is by like me flipping a coin, and whatever it lands on, that's who I'm gonna nominate. And like he's gonna like pretend that the thing he lands on is the red corner. He's like, red corner, you're going up. Yeah, I don't know where he's getting a fucking coin from though. I think that's the issue. Oh, could they? I mean, maybe it doesn't have to be a coin itself, does it? Like, obviously, you can like just find something in a house that you can flip, but still. Yeah, he does want to be Dan. Also, the other reason Drew was in a good spot is because he's a fan of Devon's. I wouldn't say the only reason, but it was definitely why he was like pulled into that group. Actually, if anything, I think that harmed his game. Like, genuinely, I think that's ruined like Drew's game. Like, if Drew didn't have the connection with Devon's, he would just be solidly on the other side and be in a much better position. Where really a lot of the anti-Drew stuff comes from the fact that people look at him as a person in the middle. Like Angela and Dee, or Angela at least, like hated him from the offset just because like she saw him playing the middle. It's like in this world he wouldn't be. He would just be with Melody and Lyric in them. Devon's ruining everything. What's new? That's true. Did Devon's bring the... Actually, I didn't think about that. Imagine Devon's brought in the Mr. Beast coin. Drew bottom 30 now. He was at least in a good spot at one point. He wouldn't be bottom 30. Is Angela in this for a long haul? Looks like it. I have a lot less faith in her game ability than I did, like, at the beginning of the season. But... yeah. And by beginning of the season, I mean, like, actually, like, during week 2, because obviously I had no faith in her before the season. But I'm talking about, like, it seemed like she was on, like, a good trajectory in weeks 1 and 2, and then now she's kind of gone off the rails. I see this. What is this? Oh, I did see this. This is a pretty unhinged. But this is the most Ashley thing ever, though. But also, yeah. Trying to say Drew isn't targeting Angela. Shockingly, no. Can't believe it. Yeah, it's funny because like I heard Taryn say that. That's like the fact that Drew doesn't have the coin, like essentially means that like we became the Angela, like the fan base, like believing that Drew must have the coin because like he's been acting sketchy. It's like we became the Angela, like we're the Angela. It's just expecting that Drew must have had something, but in reality, he just never has anything. Ashley's the pettiest person on planet Earth, seemingly. She's just upset more guy doesn't fuck with Chris Brown. Facts. I keep on forgetting House of the Dragon started, by the way. I was gonna watch that, and I just never did. But whatever. We're on this, right? Yeah, okay. I think we'll probably start the player ranking or the power ranking for Big Brother. Let's Morgan return for a video comp. I'm fine with it. Again, I think the more interesting aspect of it is like who's the mystery competitor then? Because it'd be weird if it's Morgan after she just like hosted a competition. Like you would think it would be a different person. Again, I don't think it can be Keanu. Because like we talked this through yesterday. It's like the problem with the mystery competitor is that you're not going to know it's being used until like a few hours before the veto competition. Because like it could be used after nomination. So like yeah, I mean like it happens at the veto pick, right? So it's like you're not going to know until a few hours before the veto comp, which is like they're not going to like rush out Keanu from Texas. Yeah, like it has to be someone in the California area. No, Keanu lives in Texas. He lives in like Dallas or something. Jag lives in Seattle or like Washington area, like Omak or something, but like it's near, like, I think it's near Seattle. I don't know. But yeah, like I think Jag would be the front runner on paper, but it's just like he doesn't live in that area. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know who it would be. I don't know where Michael Bruner lives. But also I wouldn't expect them to be dying to bring him back, but you never know. Daniel Reyes, clearly. Again, imagine it's Vince. Imagine that. Generally, that'll be so funny if like that's the way they bring Vince into the season. Is that Janelle? Where's Janelle? Janelle lives in like Minnesota or something, doesn't she? And also like another factor about the mystery competitor is that it has to be someone that like is able to do it every week, right? Because like you can play it any week, unless they have like different mystery competitors. Okay, thank you for that. But yeah, there's like different mystery competitors. But yeah, thank you for the follow. With Queen Rubina, I can't wait. Like, where's Tucker? Tucker lives in like New York, right? Joseph Rodriguez, he lives in like Florida, doesn't he? Yeah, my instinct was for D to buy a jury vote. I don't know where Tyler lives now. He used to live in North Carolina. Yeah, Frankie is a good option. I don't know, where's he at right now? Like, I know he was doing some Broadway show, but I don't know where he's actually living right now. But Frankie would definitely be a very viable one. I mean, this is from last week. We haven't done the actual power ranking for this week yet. But also, I think Devins is still going to be number one. Maybe. Actually, no, Devins will. It'll be close. Yeah, I know Broadway's in New York. But I'm saying that, like, yeah, does he live there all the time? Like, is he still doing Broadway? I have no clue. Yeah, so is he still doing it? Yeah, like, I assume he lives in LA, like, normally. X lives in Michigan. Wait, was it Michigan? Yeah, it's Michigan, right? Yeah, he lives in Michigan. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know who lives in LA that is a comp beast that you would bring back. Maybe Paul? Like, would they look at Paul as a comp beast? Yeah, maybe it is Paul, actually. I think Paul actually feels kind of viable. Kylan is an option. They wouldn't bring back Frank. And also Frank lives in, like, Florida or something. Felicia, obviously. Suri, clearly. But yeah, I think, like, looking at the people that were at the BB barbecue, it's like Ashley, who's not a comp beast, Morgan, who is already host, Vince, that's someone, Paul, and then, what, Taylor, who's also someone that you wouldn't expect to be a competition person, and then what, Chelsea? Are they looking at Chelsea? Oh yeah, Quinn, I forgot about Quinn. Yeah, Quinn lives in LA now, but again, Quinn's not a comp beast. Tiffany from Survivor 50, clearly. Again, they need to bring on Joe Hunter. That's who we need. That's what people are begging for, is for Joe Hunter to make his Big Brother debut. Cameron, clearly. We're talking about, I love my instinct is Cameron BB19. But so Cameron does not live in, like, BB25 does not live in LA. Yeah, I did see Kamu's a Jonathan fan, which lines up. It was just Morgan and thought the power wouldn't be picked. That's actually a weird thing too. The fact that, like, the mystery competitors not even guaranteed to be used. So it's like, I wonder, actually, generally, it would be so funny if they don't even have one lined up. That there's like, yeah, we can probably get someone last second, right? This will work out. I don't think they're picking Frank. If it's a Survivor crossover, I could see it being Ozzy. I think Ozzy lives in, like, Mexico now, though, doesn't he? Vince is unemployed, so he could probably have his schedule cleared up in 2. Yeah, is Vince still unemployed? I actually would like to know. It'll be funny if they can't, like, yeah, like, imagine they don't have one lined up and they can't actually find someone. Like, what would they do in that position? Would they just, like, say, hey, you can't use it this week? Again, there's no, they have to have somebody, right? Again, they're not picking Lisa as a comp beast. Then just sitting in the CPS parking lot, probably. He's probably like begging. He's probably like trying to climb the walls to get in. I don't know. They're not going to use Chase. I don't think they're not going to use a person from the season. Like that'd be insane. How long did Mystery Competitor last in 27? I actually don't remember. It was just a few weeks, right? Because Casey's too busy. Casey can't stay around waiting all season. Rachel Riley, problem is that she's not that good of a competitor nowadays. But and also she doesn't live in LA. There we go. Yeah, that would be very funny actually if it's Jason and Kamu gets the power. Cody, California. Where does he live nowadays? I don't think he lives in LA, but I generally don't even know where he lives. Could be Derek. Again, comp beast Derek Levasseur, Jersey. Yeah, makes sense. Drew could use the time machine to convince Keith to give the disadvantage to Devins instead of Chris and save his game. What the fuck are we talking about? What are we on about? And again, I know what you're talking about in the sense that I know Keith from Edge of Extinction gave the disadvantage to Chris, and that like is arguably what cost Chris the return there. Like I get what you're talking about, but also what the fuck are we talking about? Like Josh, I actually don't know, but Josh isn't a comp beast. At least you wouldn't think so. Derek making his return after murdering I forgot about that, actually. I forgot that's a thing that happened. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah. All right. We'll start the power ranking. So yeah, power ranking after the Sunday night episode of week 4, Big Brother 28. Things are kind of fucked. It's not actually fuck. I can't say. Well, I can say fuck, but I probably shouldn't say fuck at the beginning of the video. Like I think you can now. I'm pretty sure they took that away. Or like it used to be that you can't monetize your video if you say fuck within the first like 10 seconds or something. But they did take that away. But I'll just redo it just for the sake of not risking it.
Fuck!
Okay, that was funny. Thank you, Arlie. Yeah, that was funny. Okay, cool. All right, now let's actually do it. That would mean I have to edit it. That's work. Now, I think I could play the clip. That's something I could do. I don't know, whatever. Let's see. Checking something. I was checking the live feed up if there's anything. Doesn't seem like there's anything too important. All right, either way. All right. Power ranking after the Sunday night episode, week 4, Big Brother 28. How are we starting this? Are we just gonna start from the beginning again? Like we did week 1 from the beginning, week 2 from the bottom, week 3 from the middle. I guess we're just gonna do the beginning. Or should we just start the HOH, actually? Maybe that's kind of an interesting thing to do. Because that way it'll be different every week. Because we surely wouldn't have a same HOH 2 weeks in a row. That's clearly not a possibility on this season. But yeah. Haley, number 1. Haley kind of sucks. Like, so, again, this power ranking was off stream, from immediately after I watched the eviction episode on, like, Friday morning. So I moved Haley up from the last stream we did this to number 8. And now she's number 1. She's the best. So, that's good. That being said, Haley's not in a, like, she's still someone that is hated by most of the cast. She still is someone that, like, people would ideally like out. I don't know if she's, like, the number 1 target at this point. I mean, to be fair, maybe she is now that she's won HOH and everything. Like, maybe she is going to be targeted over Kamu. But, yeah, it's like, I think her long-term potential is kind of dead. I would be very surprised to see a Haley win on this season. Especially, like, it feels like she's really, and she has, like, a bit of HOH-itis. She's, again, just rubbing people the wrong way continuously. I like how Haley's first ever single-digit placement was in week 4. Yeah. Yeah, so, again, I think overall, I would say I'm actually lower on Haley post-HOH than I was coming into the HOH. Just because I feel like there's more reason to target Haley again. Because I feel like towards the end of last week, I think it, like, started to become like, what's the point anymore? Like, Kamu's clearly the bigger threat. It's like, people are annoyed with Chuck. It's like, Haley's just kind of a joke. But now that Haley's won power, I feel like she's less of a joke. She is a joke. But at least, like, in the player's eyes, she's someone that, like, can actually win power and be somewhat dangerous. So, yeah, again, I think her target's definitely back up, and she kind of sucks as a player and kind of sucks as a human, so she's number 1. Kamu. I mean, like, number 1 between him and Haley. I don't know where Kamu's going to land by the end of this. I generally don't know. So I had him, like, kind of lowish last stream because it did feel like he was, like, obviously that was post Tea Party, and, like, it felt like he was putting just a big bullseye on her back. Then with the Haley HOH, I moved him up a little bit more just because, like, obviously he's not going home this week. Yeah, Kamu's just in a weird spot. Yeah, he has, like, lyrics, like, so, like, he does seem to have fallen for lyric. Not necessarily, not talking about, like, falling in love or anything, but, like, falling for her spell. Like, he's kind of, like, doing a lot to try to protect her in the game, and that's pissing off Haley. I think from a more general, like, overview perspective, he's kind of just in the same spot, though. Like, he still has Red Corner. He still has, like, a connection to Devins and D. Actually, now he has the Wolf Pack with Yosh. I do think well, I mean, actually, he's probably in a worse spot because, like, I think at this point, like, Barrett and Drew, if they survive, they probably will just go after Kamu, or at least that side, where I think there's at least, like, a little bit of doubt before this. Also, like, the Red Corner is, like, the number 1 target for, like, a lot of these people, like, the people on the other side. So I do think Kamu's in a rough spot long term. Well, actually, no, opposite. Rough spot short term, but if he's able to get past that, I would still feel like he's a decent, like, literally being a winner. Like, I do think Kamu's someone that is still mostly respected in the house. I think he's someone that if he gets to the end, I would expect him to win a jury vote against most people. Obviously, again, if he's against, like, Devins and D, maybe not. But, like, against any other, like, viable person, I would say he definitely has a pretty big chance. So yeah, I don't love his short-term position, but I think he still can win, sadly. Who'd be his Aubrey? Yeah, we're saying he's like Jonathan. Maybe Taylor? I mean, like, and they were, like, bonding a bit last week. It hasn't really gone anywhere in the time since, but, like, maybe that comes back. I feel like that's, like, kind of the... Or Melody, actually. Melody also is an option. Or Lyric. I mean, really, all of them, I guess. All of them have, like, some loose connection to Kamu. Latrice. I don't know what to do with Latrice. If Lyric beats him, I don't think that's what would happen now, but it's possible by the end. But you're right. Yeah, Latrice. I mean, like, and yeah, to be fair for Kamu, like him keeping Lyric around probably is fine. I mean, like, like ultimately, it's like none of these options matter because like they're all probably targeting him. To like at least Lyric's probably one of the least likely people to target him. So like, yeah, it probably is better for him to keep Lyric around. Anyway, yeah, Latrice, like, I'm debating between her and Haley. I think I will go 3. Like, obviously, she's not going home this week. She's not being nominated, but she just sucks. Like, she's not really doing anything. She just exists. I don't think she can win a jury vote. I think she's going to be dragged pretty deep into the season and have no chance of winning. She doesn't seem to have much gumption for the game. She's really just there. Yeah, the fact that she didn't end up being nominated this week is kind of insane, considering how much Haley hates her, but also it's Haley who hates everybody, so I guess, like, yeah, like, what difference does it make? Generally, I think it's a spot where just no one looks at her as a threat anymore. Like, she just can't win a competition to save her life, so, is Haley just Gina Marie? I think she's, like, Christmas, Angela, Rummins, Gina Marie, yeah, kind of in all those categories. Yeah, again, I don't think Latrice can win this game. I have no faith in her to win this game. She is safe for a while, but I feel like she's definitely going to become this, like, perpetual pawn. Like, I definitely see this, like, kind of, like, Felicia, like, sort of situation play out of, like, not a threat and just kind of gets dragged until, like, the last point where the rest of the people have an alliance. And even if she gets to the end, can't win a jury vote anyway, because Felicia couldn't win anyway. So, I think that's kind of what I'm seeing from Latrice. What is this? You were dragged. Yeah, Mallory says she tries to hang out with the other side, but she doesn't like Chuck or Kamu. Yeah, I mean, good for her. At least she's on the right side of history. Anyway, Lyric. I think Lyric has to be number 4. And I've been high on Lyric. Like, I thought she was looking pretty good coming into this week. Lyric can go home. Like, I would personally lean more so towards Melody going home by the end, but Lyric can definitely go home. Like, Lyric is, again, looked at as more of a threat than Melody. Like, Lyric has won a competition. I think Melody's, like, kind of more so looked at as kind of a joke by this point. Also, there is the worry about her connection with Kamu. That's actually leading to her going on the block to begin with. I will say, though, I do think it's more likely that the vote would land on Melody by the end, especially with Drew obviously backing Melody. And I think the house would just want to not do what Drew wants to do. Melody told Drew that she can't stand Lyric. Oh, no. But yeah, I think Lyric's definitely in danger. Like, there's a shot they take out Lyric. And like, I think there would be some votes. Like I mean, like, I think in terms of, like, just naturally between Lyric and Melody, it's like, obviously Drew sides with Melody. I think Barrett probably does too, and then Mallory probably does. So it's like, there's definitely, like, a few numbers there. But again, I would not expect it to go like go over the line, but it could. Like, it's not impossible. So I do think Lyric's definitely in danger. But in general, though, I would expect her to survive. But because she's in danger, I feel like she's going to be at the bottom. Mallory's interesting because, like, I don't know how Mallory didn't get nominated this week. Good for Mallory. Like, again, the fact that Haley didn't nominate her at any point good for her. That being said, not a great position. Like, I feel like she's definitely gonna be one of the targets for the next few weeks. Like if Drew goes here, it's like I would expect Mallory to probably be next in line. Maybe Mallory or Taylor probably. Especially considering now there's like talk about how Mallory could have a power, which is the interesting thing about D too. This was the thing about D also, that like why people didn't think D had the powers, because like D was talking about how we can't nominate Mallory because like Mallory might have the power, which is like a weird thing to say if you know you have the power, which like obviously I get what she's doing now. Like obviously she's trying to like make it so that Mallory, like people think Mallory has the power, but it's like weird to like combine that with like, hey, we can't nominate her now because she has the power. Like I don't know why that was part of the calculus. But still, like again, Mallory, I think she's still in some long-term or some short-term danger. I mean, she's in short and long-term danger. Like again, Mallory doesn't really have a path through this game. The game power structure would really have to flip, and like it could. Like again, I do think Red Corner's probably going downhill fairly soon, and if they do, then like that obviously gives some power to the Lyric Mallorys of the world, but they're just losing number after number, and I don't think, I mean, I believed it, but also it's like, it's weird to like utilize that to change up the vote from something that actually would be good for you. Like again, de-targeting Mallory is good. Like Mallory's still like one of the only people that like would theoretically target D. So like I don't understand why she's like saying no, we can't target Mallory. Like I think that's dumb, but like I get what she's doing, but like I don't think it's good. Like I think maybe like paint it on someone else other than Mallory, and then do that with them. Like maybe paint it on like I don't know, like I guess who would there be? Generally, I guess it's like a difficult thing of like who would it be that you would maybe like Barrett or something? I don't know. Or maybe Kamu. I don't know. But anyway. Yeah, again, Mallory, she's not going home this week, but her position's pretty rough. I think between her and Latrice it's interesting. Actually, really even her and Haley is interesting. Okay, this is the thing also. Like, genuinely, position-wise, it probably should be more like Latrice 2, and then Haley and Mallory are 3 or 4. Actually, I want to see something. What did I do with BB25 with Felicia? And to be fair, I didn't really recognize that was fully the case with Felicia. Yeah, I still had, like, Corey and America higher. Or lower, I mean. And, like, Blue. But then again, I guess to be fair, like, BB25 is a lot more straightforward because there wasn't Blockbuster involved. I mean, Lala, yeah, I think Lala's very safe. But I also feel like she has no chance of winning this game. Where, like, Mallory, if she gets to the end, I think would have a case to win this game. So I think it's a debate on, like, are we ranking this on, like, long-term or short-term? I think I'm going to go 3 for Mallory. And I am going to move Latrice to 2, I guess. I think I'm going to have her above Haley. Like, generally, it's a spot where, like, yeah, Haley's in the majority, but again, that majority doesn't even like her, and they're not going to stay together for that much longer. And again, I can't imagine Haley winning a jury vote. I can at least imagine Mallory winning a jury vote. Like, if, like, Mallory was nominated this week, obviously she would be lower, but, like, with her not being on the block this week, it's like, yeah, I'll put her above Haley. I mean, I wasn't talking about that with Felicia. I was talking about, like, where she was by this point in the season, where she was being dragged. Anyway. Melody. I think she has to be at the bottom so far. I mean, again, she's on the block. She could very likely go home. I think the saving grace for her is that people aren't really threatened by Melody anymore. Like, it felt like that was definitely a thing during like week 1 when she threw like Mallory under the bus, but it feels like that's kind of faded away. But it's still a spot where like no one cares about Melody that much. Especially within the majority. I think is like, obviously like Melody does have like a good relationship with Mallory and like Drew, and with that can come Barrett, and like there are people that want it, that would want Melody to stay, but like I think within the majority, I don't know how many of them are like really pushing for Melody. Where like Kamu has a relationship with Melody, but Kamu also has a relationship with Lyric. Like outside that, like a lot of people just don't like Melody because like she's connected to Drew. It's like I think it's looking pretty rough. I mean, again, she's not looked at as a threat, but she is still connected to Drew, and I think that might sink her by the end. But I think she at least has a chance to stay against Lyric. Like, it's not impossible that she stays, but I would lean towards her going home. Yeah. Then we got Rick Devens, who I think so far is just definitively number 1. Like, I don't think that's controversial for these people. We'll see by the end what I do with Devens. Like, Devens has been number 1 ever since he got the Diamond Power Veto. And yeah, he still has the Diamond Power Veto and is in a very good spot. I think the criticism for Devens is the fact that, like, he's obviously taking a shot at Drew, who is a pretty good ally for him, which is not great. I mean, like, I at least get the logic from Rick in the sense that Drew is like seemingly one of the most dangerous players in this game, and like, he's one of the only people that could potentially lead an uprising against Devens at this point. But Drew is never seemingly going to lead a like uprising against Devens. Like, again, Drew is just so locked in with Devens that this feels like a misguided play from Devens. Like, and again, I think it's a spot where, like, I don't think Devens realizes how close Drew is. Like, I don't think he realizes, like, just how much Drew is in his corner. Where, like, again, to Drew, like, I think his final 3 is Devens and Barrett. Like, I think he genuinely wants to go to the end with Devens at this point. But again, like, I think he just like, I think it's like a mix of, like, okay, he's like one of the more dangerous players, and he just doesn't really trust them. And to be fair, like, Drew's been sloppy. Like, Drew, like outing Red Corner and all that stuff. Like, yeah, that was bad. Like, I could definitely see like that would annoy Devens to where. Which, by the way, I saw that, like, I haven't watched the episode yet, but I saw that they, like, edited that scene weird. Or, like, there was the, like, Rick, the Rick-Drew conversation where, like, Rick was annoyed at Drew for, like, leaking Red Corner when, like, they tried to, like, portray it as something else, which was weird. I don't know why they did that. But, yeah, again, Rick is still the best position right now. He's still in a very good spot. He's still in the center of almost everything. He has a Diamond Power Veto. He's still clearly number 1 of the people so far. Taylor's interesting. At the time that I did my last power ranking, she was the target. Like, obviously by time of nominations that shifted over to Drew, but yeah, she was the target initially from Haley, at least. So I did have her last. At this point, like, obviously she's won the veto, she's going off the block. I still don't feel great about her long term. I think I'm going to have her where Mallory is, above or below Mallory. I think is kind of where my vibe is right now. I think Mallory's a bigger target. Like, obviously Haley targets Taylor, but it's fucking Haley. Like, again, it's Haley. To where I think Taylor's less. I'm thinking Angela was targeting Taylor too, though, wasn't she? I kind of forgot about that. Generally, I think it's pretty close. I think they're both in, like, similar positions of being, like, 2 of the more threatening players from the other side that are probably going to be targeted fairly soon. Where, like, but, like, I think some people would, like, back Taylor, some people would back Mallory. And Like it really could be either one. Maybe she could win comps. I mean, like Taylor just won a comp, but I guess obviously that wasn't like that impressive of a win. But Law best player of the other side. Sure. Yeah. I guess Lala is the best player from the Roman Empire. But yeah, again, like I think Taylor's in a similar spot to Mallory in the grand scheme of things. Is that comp just a coin flip? Pretty. It's very luck based. Yeah. But again, how much do the players like think of it that way? Well, I think Dee's keeping the bribe secret. I think she's going to use it as a jury vote. I don't think she like. I would not expect her to like obviously the fact that she's not telling Devins. I would not expect this to be a like anti like. I think she still is planning on going to Devins. I feel like that's the player that D is, but I could see her utilizing this to kind of like tank Devin's jury chances, like take a vote away from him in the jury or whatever. I mean, she can bribe Devins for diamond power veto, but he doesn't have to say yes. Like, I believe it's like you can do it for pretty much any like sort of game move, right? It wasn't said that you can't do it for a jury vote. Like, it said that you can use it to convince someone to vote a certain way. Like, so like, why wouldn't that be for a jury vote? Don't love the power of forcing someone to cast a jury vote, but like, yeah, but also it's like they could say no. But obviously jury vote is the thing that like, what is their incentive to say no at that point? Like, why would they say no? Because like it's just a free $5,000 to not have a jury vote. But yeah. But yeah, that is what I'm expecting her to be thinking about doing with it, at least. I think that's what makes the most sense of why she's not telling Devins about it. Even though, to be fair, also it's a spot where like you never know what's going to happen down the road, and it's a thing that can remain secret. Like obviously Devins' diamond power veto, like that's going to be revealed. Like that's going to be in a public setting and whatnot. Like the BB bribe is like something you can keep secret for the entire game. So like I obviously it's different contextually either way. Was she used while on the jury to give Devins an extra jury vote? You mean like convince someone on the jury to vote for Devins? I don't know. Could you do that? Maybe. I'm not sure how that would work because like you're technically out of the game for like D herself. So it's like I'm not sure if that works, but I don't know if she can keep the 5,000. Yeah, like I would assume once you're evicted, the power's gone. But obviously that wasn't like specified. It says for the entire game, but I think it's assumed that once you get voted out, you're out of the game. So like I'm not sure if it would if it would continue after you're evicted. But yeah. Yash. I think okay, I'm gonna go Yash number 2 somehow. I don't think I can go above Devins. Like generally, there's an argument Yash is in the best position in the house. Like no one's talking. Well, okay, no. Okay, one person is talking about Yash. Which to be fair is a bad person to have talking about you. But outside that, Yash is in a really good spot. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like Angela's targeting Yash, and that's bad. Like, it seems like Yash is like the new Drew for Angela, so that's not good for Yash. Outside that, he's pretty good. Like, he's in a good spot. Yeah, he's not good. He's still kind of as a player, but like, he's in a good spot. Like, he obviously is in the Wolf Pack. He has Dapper Dan's. He's getting like pretty close to like Kamu and Devins. He isn't looked at as much of a joke anymore. But like, yeah, still probably struggles to win at the end, but like it's not impossible. He has the final two of Lyric. That's a thing too. I don't know. He has a lot going on for him, and he's not being targeted by anyone other than Angela. But the fact that Angela's targeting him is kind of bad, but I think he's in a better spot than Kamu. Like, Kamu's being targeted by, like, half the house. So, yeah. Again, Angela's a bad, like, enemy to have, but there's people that are worse on this season. Melody heavily dislikes Lyric, too. Yeah, I don't know why. That like, that's kind of just a weird thing, right? Considering it's like, I mean, to be fair though, like D hates Haley, so I guess that's kind of like not that dissimilar from that. Anyway, Angela. Okay, so Angela is also one of the safest people in the house. Like no one's going after Angela. Even if she is nominated, I don't know if she goes home. Like, she just generally is one of the safest people in the house. I still do worry long-term for Angela. I just don't know if she's going to be able to win a jury vote. But, like, again, it's a spot where it seems like the players are kind of buying it up so far. Like, obviously, they bought into her, like, Drew paranoia eventually. Like, if she gets Yash out, that'll be another one. How Angela react if she goes on the block? She's done it before, so never know. Was Nightmare Final 3? Red Corner. Or, like, the core 3 of the Red Corner. The Haley, Chuck, Kamu. Mallory says she wouldn't put D up either because she doesn't want to hurt her relation with Angela. Well, that's bad. That's bad for Mallory. But super, is it though? I mean, like, I don't know. It's like either way. It's like even if she takes a shot, D probably doesn't go home. So actually, it's probably not even actually that bad. Or in a way, it's like maybe kind of saving her to a degree. I don't know. Yeah, Angela, I am gonna go 2, I think. Like, ultimately, like, I would have more faith in Angela win a jury vote than Yash right now. We'll see how long that lasts, but for right now. And again, she's also one of the safest people in the house, and she doesn't have an Angela targeting her. I can't believe Angela doesn't have an Angela targeting her. But again, I think Devins is in more of a position to win. He also has like long-term safety with Diamond Power Veto. So yeah. Barrett. Barrett's someone that I've been pretty high on most of the season. Went down coming into this HOH, and I don't feel great about him. But he also isn't being targeted. So I think he's around Latrice is kind of where my head is at. Like, I think Barrett is more likely to be targeted than Latrice. So, but he's also more likely to, like, win the game somehow than Latrice. It's like, I feel like next week, if, like, Red Corner continues to win power, like, I feel like Barrett's definitely going on the block by that point, right? Would Drew put him up if it comes out he's a rat? No. That'd be an insane play. Like, obviously, like, Barrett's, like, doing a lot for self-preservation right now, but, like, Barrett's still one of his only, like, real allies in the game. Oh, no, I got outbid on eBay for a thing I actually wanted to buy. Well, that's a shame. Thank God that's making the VOD. Anyway. I think I'm gonna go 5. I'll give him, like, I have more faith in Barrett to somehow go on to win the game right now than Latrice. And, like, again, it's still a spot where, like, no one's directly targeting him. He could go home by accident, though. Like, that's very viable. But, yeah. Law's 5th place coaster game will be legendary. Yeah. Chuck. Fuck do I do with Chuck? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing with Chuck. Like, he's definitely above Haley, for whatever that's worth. Like, he's above Haley. Mallory and Taylor. Yeah, that's the thing. Is like Chuck's allies don't even like him. Like the people, like Kamu doesn't even like him. It's like, yeah, Chuck kind of sucks. Like he's just not doing anything, and he's not even liked by his own people, and he doesn't really have connections with people outside of his own people. So it's like, he's not like good, but he's also not like being directly targeted. Like obviously he will be nominated. Like he'll be nominated alongside Kamu and Haley likely. And he could go home by accident for sure. Like, it could be a spot where, like, they're like, well, Chuck's just such a nothing that let's just get him out now. I think Haley, I don't know, like, Haley's won a competition now. Like, a real competition, not just, like, a safety competition. Like, Haley's been in power, and I feel like, considering they also just, like, hate Haley more, like, I feel like Haley's probably will be still targeted over Chuck, but I can see Chuck over Kamu, though. Because I think they at least like Kamu. Like, they like Kamu more. Lala could beat Chuck at this point. Maybe? I don't know. I don't feel like that's the case, but, like, I don't know. Maybe, I guess. I think I'm going to go here. Generally, I think I'm going to go here. Because I actually would bet towards a shot being taken at red corner next week more than the other way around. Actually, let me see something real quick. I actually do just genuinely want to see what it's looking like HOH-wise next week. So, like, let's say Drew goes home, because Drew's probably going home. Actually, let's move this over here. Like, in terms of, like, who's targeting, like, who would be targeting red corner, who wouldn't be? Okay, Angela, is Angela targeting red corner? I don't think she is. Why is this moving so slow? Whatever. Barrett is. Obviously, Chuck isn't. D, I don't know what. Well, yeah, what is D doing? I would assume not directly target red corner herself. Haley can't win HOH. Yeah, Angela going after Yash, I guess. Kamu isn't. But then Latrice is. Okay, why is this moving so slow? Whatever. Like, all of these people are. I'm not sure what Rick does, but I'll just lean towards him not. Taylor is. And then, what is Yash doing at this point? But it's pretty split. Like, it's a. Yeah, I think there's more people targeting red corner than not. So that's something. So yeah, I would feel like next week feels like the time red corner gets started. Like week 5 usually is like a week where the power structure kind of crumbles. And it just feels like next week is the time for red corner to be taken out. And yeah, obviously was hoping that to be the case for a while, and it might not happen. Kamu HOH would end the season. Yes, it would. But I just feel like red corners set up for fall. Yash would do D, Angela, Haley. He has an alliance with D though, right? I don't think he would do D. Yeah, I generally don't know what he's doing, Yash, at this point. But anyway. D. Okay. It's obviously it's between her and Devins for number 1, and we can fucking get this out of the way. Drew's last. Like, what a shocker. Like Drew's going home if he doesn't win like some sort of Like, if he just win Blockbuster, that's literally all he has at this point. Yeah. But yeah, so, dude, what the? Yash is the highest non-icon. That's kind of insane. But anyway, again, 1 and 2 are D and Devins. The question is the order. I think D is probably playing. How do you phrase this? Because it's not even like she's playing optimally, but like things are like working out for her more than Devins. I feel like, where like again, Devins is targeting Drew, which I don't think is the right call for him. And like D is also targeting Drew, but it's not like she's doing it for the right reasons. Like I don't feel like she's doing it because of why she should. And even then, I don't even know if she actually should be targeting Drew. Like there probably are bigger, like I think like Mallory and like people like that are probably bigger threats to her than Drew. But she's a better social game. Does she? I don't know. I think they're pretty comparable. If anything, I actually think Rick has more, like, one-on-one connections, probably. I don't know. And it's close. It's like, I think it's pretty marginal. At least the way it feels like Rick has more influence over people. Because I do think a major reason why the Drew vote's happening here is because Devins allowed it to. Like, Devins is the one to get Kamu on board, and then, like, was the one to talk to Haley about it. It's like, just don't know you when you can't explain, you just say social game, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's, I think it's very close between D and Devins. I think my instinct is to still go Devins 1 just because he has the Diamond Power veto. Or like I think outside that, I would actually maybe give like a slight edge to D, but I feel like the Diamond Power veto is like powerful enough to still give it to Devins. And obviously Devins seems to be like willing to use it on D, right? But again, if it's a spot where like D and Devins are on the block together, I don't think Devins is using it on D in that position. Again, we've never seen Devins like use an idol on an ally in a spot where he was also in danger. Like I just don't think that's what he does. Is BB Bride not powerful? Not really. Like, it's actually kind of shit, like, in game. Because, like, I don't know who's going to accept the offer. Like, in a spot where it actually matters. Has Devins ever not been in danger? He did use the idol on David at the Julia boot in Edge of Extinction. But again, that's because he was in danger. And David was. Don't you give it to D for 5K? I mean, maybe. But again, that would mean that D has to expose the Devins that she lied to him the entire time. Which I guess, too, fair. Devins is Devins, so Devins will probably understand it. But still, he shouldn't. D bribing Chuck to self-evict. I would love to see that. No, get Kamu to self-evict. If we're gonna get someone to self-evict, at least make it Kamu. Yeah, I think I'm gonna still go 2 for D. Again, genuinely in game, I do think I would lean D over Devins right now, but I think the Diamond Power veto gives Rick the slight edge. So yeah, that's power ranking. What do we got? Angela moved up. Good for Angela. Barrett somehow moved up. Don't know how that happened. Chuck went down a little bit. D stayed the same. Drew went down because Drew's going home. Haley went down because I think she's becoming a bigger target. Kamu went up, I guess. I don't know how that happened. Latrice went up. Good for Latrice. Lyric went down because she's on the block and could go home. Mallory went up because she's not on the block and can't go home this week. Melody went down because she's on the block. Rick stayed the same. Taylor went up. Oh, yeah, I forgot because she was on the block. Actually, really, maybe it's more comparable. Like, maybe we should be comparing the one from 2 power rankings ago, because that's actually like last stream. Like, this was the one I did off stream, but whatever. And Yosh is the best non-icon. That's where we're at. So yeah, that's the power ranking for today. You should give it to Latrice to quit. That would be funny. I wouldn't be opposed to that either. Who won veto? Taylor did. It was the comp Mickey won last season. Where it's like the poison, like you pick if the other person has the poison or not, or whatever. Which essentially means it's a mostly luck-based challenge, but yeah. Need more of Lala flopping in comps. Lala has the 750k secured. Surely. That's surely what's going to happen. But yeah, I think it's a spot where, like, the bribe just, like, why would most people do that? Like, most people wouldn't, like, ruin their game for $5,000. That's why I think it's much more useful as a jury vote, if you can use it as a jury vote. Because, like, at that point, they're leaving the game anyway. There's no incentive for them to not. Like, unless it's, like, unless it's, like, someone that they're, like, really, really... Like I don't think Rome would take $5,000 to not vote for Lyric at the end. Like, it would have to be a situation like that. Where, like, outside of that, most people would just accept it for $5,000. I mean, too far, Zach didn't ruin his game for 10K. Zach ruined his game to not give Ava the 10K. So that's different. Lala's gonna win competitions. We'll have to see. How'd she do in the mental comp? I actually don't remember. How'd she do in, like, the booth comp? Did she do well in that? I generally don't remember. I know Dee did terrible. She was out first round. But how'd Lala do? Oh, was she first out also in that? Well, that's funny. She's gonna Ava Pearl this season, yeah. Yeah, Ash at 4 is so fucking funny, yeah. Actually, what is the averages? Like, obviously, Dee and Devins are the top. Which, actually, I guess you can't see that. This chat's blocking it, but... Yeah, Dee and Devins, obviously the top. Then what? Angela, then Barrett. Then Camu. Which I think all that's fair. Who's at the bottom, average-wise? Melody. Of people left in the game, obviously. It's Melody. And then Haley. Then Latrice. Taylor and Dee were first outlaw. I wasn't far behind. Was Dee second out? Beware. I don't have faith in Lala to win competitions. And I also don't have faith in Dee to win things that aren't, like, that are mental, at least. I see that Haley targeted Taylor because she talked bad about her surgeries. I mean, that's not actually what happened, but that's what the edit makes you think happened. I did listen to the RGB podcast about the episode. And I haven't watched the episode for myself, but yeah, like, it seems like they just, like, made shit up for for this episode. Yeah, like, it was because Taylor was staring at her during the HOH comp. But, like, I guess they were like, hey, we have to, like, get actually something tangible. So it's like, let's show Taylor complaining about the snacks. That's a good story. Also, I heard that they cut out Camu saying zesty bestie or whatever in the previously on or something. Or they took out the zesty part. They just put bestie. I wonder why. I wonder why they did that. To be fair, the questions that booth comp were actually insane. Yeah, did he flex his I mean, most people knew it. So, I don't know. That's still them sucking. Anyway, alright, we'll close this, and we'll get around to the player ranking soon. Though, probably wait a little bit. Yeah, I'm almost done. We're almost done with the player ranking. I forgot I did this. I forgot it goes to like a screensaver sort of thing. Yeah, we're again with this phase of the player ranking. We should be done by Tuesday. Actually, I guess I can show this. So today I didn't have much free time, but the free time I did use, I did to like start the process of making my other version of the list that I want to use as a comparison. Which if we finish this before I finish this, then I won't do another like extra stream until I'm done with this, because I kind of need this for the final phase. But yeah, we'll still do the final phase on stream, and we'll see how that goes. Over under 26 tonight. I'm like generally probably under. But the end's gonna be easy. Like the end's like this, like especially this top tier. Like I already know what I'm doing here. And like I don't know, maybe I don't know, if we want to be technical, I think there are certain places that should change. But it's also like I know what I'm doing on the final list, so like, is there like what's the point? Like does it matter? But yeah, some of these might be a bit messy still. But yeah. I would get like generally I would guess we probably get around like 25-ish done tonight. That Jenga, there was skill there clearly. And generally there actually was like to some degree. I mean like it's I think actually like the most skill comes from the fact that you have to do it quickly, right? Because like obviously Jenga's Jenga, like there isn't much skill to it, but the fact that you have to do Jenga quickly and like have to beat the like do it quicker than the other person, like that's what makes it like a bit more skill based. Amanda lowest ranked purple. I mean, we'll see. She might not be in this iteration. Actually, nope. I'm looking at it. I think she will be at the bottom in this iteration, but still. By the way, I think we're done with the greens. I think Courtney Yates is the last green. Everyone left is blue or up, like light blue or up. So that's something. Also, Brett LaBelle top 100 is very funny. Also, I've worked on the other versions. Like I updated the other versions for what we did yesterday. So yeah, in this version, Victoria is number 100. Oh, I guess in both the other versions, Victoria is number 100. So that's something. But then again, actually, something I realized, I don't think I have the original version of this list. I think I only have it like after the first stream we did of it. So like, I think these tiers are already broken up. Which is why it's like similar. But oh well, like doesn't really matter. Emily Hayes in Nurtry is correct. Yeah, I think I think that's something that's sticking. I don't feel bad about that. Or again, like this is this list. And also that's the thing to clarify with these lists. I'm not actually bothering to rank these people based on the criteria of these lists. What I end up doing is just like when I get to this tier, I rank them. Like I put them in the list, but rank them in the order they are on this list. But it's like, it's more so like tier wise, it's structured the same as what the old tiers were. But the players within each tier is ranked like the current list. But yeah, I think I do stand by that. That Emily is better than Christian and Devins at this point. I feel like Caleb is better than Emily. I think at best in like a really arbitrary way. I don't think there's anything tangible for me that I would say that Caleb is better than Emily, especially not Emily's had a second season where like she was like that she had like a good start and like was in a good spot for most of the season. Or I lose Lala and Jason. I mean, yeah. I think most people did. um, there's a Cliff Hogg reference in the HOH comp. Thank God. Yeah, but Emily recovered from that, and she played a second time. That's what I'm saying. Like a second time. Like if we're just going on first appearance, yeah, I think you can argue Caleb's better than Emily. After her second appearance, I don't think you can. Yeah, and even then, like even in that season, it's like yeah, Emily does save Caleb by the end of that too. And like the thing is, I just don't think Caleb's that good of a player. Like Caleb's like the type of player that like he seems good, but he's actually just not. Like he has like some good instincts. Like obviously him pulling in Emily is really good, but like that's pretty much like the only good thing he does in the season. Picture of Cliff and Victoria? That's random. Like are they shitting on Cliff with that or what? Yeah. All right. I think I will actually just start the player ranking. But Caleb is hot. Oh, good for him. Named Franzel was there. I mean, it has to be. Victoria confirmed mystery competitor. That'll be funny at least. Imagine it's like Devin Shepard. That'd be fun. Imagine it's Beast Mode Cowboy. That'd be depressing. Just an old-timey picture of them. Yeah, I mean, I assume that's like, yeah. They took their cast photos and then edited them to be like the whatever the theme of the competition was. Cameron Hurd. Hey Circle, what'd you miss? We did the power ranking. That's about it. Like not that much new. We're about to do the player ranking. Yeah, again, like, is there anything new? Like outside of the Big Brother episode today? Like, yeah, there's pretty much nothing new to actually talk about for me. This is a comp brief of week 5 HOH. We'll save the season. Who is this? Yeah, clearly.
Not me.
Unfortunately, Patrice, you've been eliminated.
But who wants to lose in the first round? Not me.
Patrice, with a score of 0.
But who wants to lose in the first round? Not me.
Latrice, your tower fell.
This is the fight. Wait, this is the thing I always like. Where's your tower fell anyway? Like that's something I didn't understand. Like when did it fall? But also still very funny that she just like got eliminated right away. The top tier fell. Were there multiple in the top tier? I didn't even realize there were multiple VHS in the top tier, but that seems kind of dumb. Why is that? Wait, top. Okay, well, okay. Was there a plate over the top one the entire time? Because if that's the case, then I guess that's fair. There probably was, right? If the bottom fell, then like the entire thing would fall, wouldn't it?
You are paused with a score of 2.
But who wants to lose in the first round? Not me. But who wants?
Yeah. It is funny just how much she sucks. But yeah, so like the week 3 HOH, she was in out right away then, right? Was it good for her? You see on the floor in a wide shot. Oh. So it's just like one of these fell. And I guess it's probably the plate on top, which yeah, I guess that's fair. So confused why everyone hates Chuck. Yeah, I don't know, actually. Generally, like, I don't really know why people hate Chuck. Like, I get why people don't, like, vibe with him, because, like, he just doesn't talk to most people, but, like, I don't get why people, like, actively hate him. is going to be lower on the BB28 player ranking, Rachel or Jason. Well, I mean, Rachel's not even going to be on it, so. Seeing his dead weight, not pulling his weight, yeah. Like, I see that from his alliance, but, like, I don't get why, like someone like a Melody would hate Chuck. So he's just there. But I don't know. Rachel could stay the season. I agree. We need Rachel on the season to get revenge for the White Locust. Dude, imagine Rachel came back and they just did the White Locust again, and Rachel got eliminated by the White Locust again. Like, that'd be the most depressing outcome. I mean, the thing about Rachel, actually, generally on this season, like, she would dominate, right? Because, like, she would just be with Dee and Devins and Angela. Like, she would just be in a very different spot than what she was in 27, I feel like. Rome's the worst player now. I think Rome's a better player than Jason. And a lot of it's because Jason does more, but Jason also does more wrong. Cass deserves a White Locust to happen. I mean, I think it will happen eventually. Rachel would try to integrate Jason to the vets. Probably, yeah. I think that's fair. Yeah, I think Rachel would be close to Jason. Like, they made a final 2, right? They made a final 2 right away. Yeah, I could see Rachel definitely being with Jason, and yeah, maybe that's like the core alliance instead. I don't see Rachel vibing with like Drew in particular. Like, maybe Barrett should be fine with, but yeah, I don't really see her vibing with Drew. Would I rather a night 1 eviction or a White Locust? Probably night 1 eviction. I don't know. Like, obviously I hate both. She would hate Haley, yeah. Jason hated that. I assume so. I actually don't remember. I remember he talked about it on the feeds right after, but I don't remember if he like was into it or not. But yeah, based on how Jason ends up playing, it's like I would assume he wasn't into it. I had Yash 4. Imagine Rachel gets pendant protection friendship bracelets. I mean, they didn't give it to her last time. Would Rachel would be Angela, right, in the fan vote for week 1? Then again, I could definitely see Rachel getting a punishment. Like, I feel like that probably would have happened. I think Paul would do well on a return. I don't know if it'd be Tyler, but I think he could do well, but also, like, it could go either way. Like, Paul's obviously a very skilled player, but he can be a bit sloppy. And I don't know, like, I don't know how much he has changed his game from BB20 or from BB19. Like, obviously, I think he probably has a better understanding of, like, jury management, but I think outside that, I don't know how much he's really changed. Paul House Villains was kind of more of a BB18 Paul than a BB19 Paul. Like, he was kind of like on the bottom of the majority group the entire time. Actually, that season was just weird. Like, wait, who even won that season? Oh, wait, Drina, or whatever her name is, right? Drita, whatever her name is. Paul changed to Hide. How would Casey do in return? Probably very well. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if Casey wins again. If she plays again. suppose I watch House of Villains. Why would I not? I don't know. I watch most shows. At least before this year, I watched most shows. Casey's getting ended in all winners. I would love to see it. What winner besides Dick would do the worst on return? I don't even know if Dick would do the worst. I think maybe Andy. I mean, like, obviously Dan, Will, Derek all have like massive targets on their backs. Like outside of them, I would say probably Andy. Ian, I mean, I think Ian would, like, if it was an all-winner season, I think Ian would do okay. He wouldn't do great. Like it's still Ian, who's like not the greatest player, but like he'd do okay. Like he's not being targeted. Like he has enough friends there. I think he'd be fine. Yeah, Rachel would have a pretty big target too. I mean, do I bother to play this out? Yeah, why not? Let's waste fucking time before the player ranking. Like if there's a... Okay, I need space. Like if there was a... Big Brother all winners. Are we just doing all, like, actually all winners? Like all winners on it? Or like if it was like a practical cast. Wait, why did I put Boogie as season 2 winner? June, Drew, Maggie, Boogie, and then we got Dick, Adam, Dan, Jordan, Hayden, Rachel, Ian, Andy, Derek, Steve, Nicole, Josh, Casey, Jackson, Cody, Xavier, Taylor, Jag, Chelsea, and Ashley. So yeah. All right. If this is the, like, if we're actually doing like a 27-person cast of like every winner of Big Brother proper, it's like the alliance breakdown. I think you got like Ashley and you got Rachel, like obviously locked up. Like Hayden's interesting. He might like him and Rachel are like, we're good, but like I doubt they've talked much recently. Will and Boogie are probably after each other. Oh yeah, Jordan. Yeah, Jordan's in there. Nicole's on the other side of Rachel. Nicole probably is with Andy, probably with Derek, but like Andy wouldn't want to be with Derek, so that's kind of a weird thing. But like Nicole, Derek, Cody. Then like I think this is like probably, I think the recent winners are all working together. I don't know where Jackson go. Josh and Casey are together, but I'm not sure where. Like they're anti-Derek, Nicole. Well, actually, I don't know. I guess like to be fair, Josh is close to Nicole, but we know Josh and Casey were targeting Cody on 22. So, I think they're probably close to this group. I think this is probably like a big group. Ian, I'm not sure where Ian goes, actually. Like, if this was, like, obviously before 22, I think he would be with Nicole and Derek and them. I'm not sure nowadays. Like, I think Dan... Like, I think if this was a real season, I think Dan and Will are working with Derek. Like, I think it would be a spot where, like, they kind of just have to be working together. Yeah, I would lean towards him probably still going with Nicole. I'm not sure where Steve goes. Jackson, I think, is just kind of... Like, he might be added to this just because he's a comp beast, and that's kind of like Derek's MO, is to get all the comp beasts together. Yeah, Josh and Taylor are very, very close. Don't see Maggie working with anyone. Yeah. I don't know where she goes. June? I would say probably leans like somewhere in this range. Like obviously not with this grouping. Lisa, I'm not sure. Eddie, who the fuck knows? Maggie, don't know. Boogie can't even be on the show, so yeah, I don't know what to do with Boogie. Drew's compies, maybe, I don't know, probably. I mean, like, again, like Drew now, I just don't like. I guess, like, to be fair, like he is around the same age as like Will in them, right? So like, I don't know, maybe. I think Steve's probably a floater in this house. I would assume he's like closer to like these sort of people. Like maybe even like tries to get in for like a Rachel. So yeah, I would lean that he's probably closer to this side. Hayden, I feel like Hayden can play the middle because like he has the connection to Rachel, but also I think naturally he would fit in more with these people. Adam just exists. I don't know where Adam's going. Dick. Yeah, don't know where Dick's going either, but like I guess like leaning here. I don't know. If you can relate to Adam about drugs, probably Boogie. Yeah, generally maybe Boogie and Adam are like a final two. Rachel, Ashley, Jordan, Chelsea. Probably something like that. Or maybe Taylor in there. I don't know. Or maybe like really all of them, actually. It probably is. Yeah, I think like Taylor. Yeah, Taylor, Chelsea, Ashley, Rachel, Jordan. I can see that. Or even like, even take Jordan out. You know, even like, I don't think Jordan even needs to be in there. Boogie, Adam, Final 2 would be Darkest Timeline, yeah. Maggie works with drugs. Yeah, she is a pharmaceutical thing. Isn't? Oh no, she's a nurse. She's a nurse, though. So yeah. I mean, she could have been in legal trouble. That's the same as these people. I would lean Lisa here, but I really don't know. Listen, I would lean towards this being like the pseudo majority, like these sort of players. So yeah, I don't think anyone has like Andy's back in the grand scheme of things. I mean, like, and like he's close to Nicole, but Nicole is Nicole. Most likely first boot. I could see it being like a rando. Yeah, maybe Dick even. Yeah. Yeah, maybe Dick. I don't think Dick's really connected to anyone. He's kind of like burned so many relationships. Jackson could be, but I feel like Derek and Cody and them would want to pull in Jackson. It could be someone like Drew, who's just like so like unconnected to people. Yeah, Rachel and Andy are friends, so like that would definitely play a factor into things too. Dick probably caused multiple people. Oh, because multiple people don't like him. Yeah, I feel like Dick's burned so many bridges. Actually, generally, like, who is Dick friends with that is a winner? I don't think he has like a single friend that's a winner. Maybe that's because he wants to be the best player of his friends. he's clearly that. But generally, it's like Dick's friends with like Janelle. He's friends with like James Ryan. He's friends with like Keith from BB13. He's friends with like Michelle Costa. It's, I don't know. It's like those sort of people where like, yeah, I don't think he has friends in the that are winners. Like I think he's like, actually, now I think about it, I think Dick probably works with Will. I forgot about that. He's, from what I understand, friendly with Will, at least. Keith's on his podcast like all the fucking, or like his Dick at Night, whatever fuck it is. Like Keith's just there all the time. Yeah, he's friends with Libra, I know. He's friends with Portia is on there. Dick's had Dick at Night like for forever. I actually listened to Dick at Night before I listened to RHAP. Like I listened to it during BB13. But now it's yeah, here. Wait, I should double check, make sure nothing doxes me. Yeah, this. He now has it on Patreon. It used to be on, I forgot what the site was. There was a different site it used to be on, but now it's on Patreon. Yeah, this is what he does. Like, this is his job. Is literally he does like a episode recap of every episode of Big Brother. And for some reason, people pay to watch it. Thank God. Yeah, he's been doing this like for forever. Like he's literally been doing this since like I don't know, like BB. I don't know. 13 is where he started it. I feel like he started before that even. But yeah, I remember listening to it back in like BB13, BB14. Yeah, Dick sucks. Why wouldn't you pay for his greatness? Clearly. What happens if I type in Dick at Night? What comes up? I'm actually logged into my main channel. Okay, a song. Oh, there we go. There's the podcast. Oh, RTV Zone. That's what it was. RTV Zone. Yeah, this is where you hear stories about James Ryan hooking up with a whole bunch of Big Brother players. This is where it was revealed that he slept with Victoria. Thank God. Yeah, I think these are all... Like, what season is this? Is this, like, 13 years ago? What season's 13 years ago? 2013. This is what, BB15, I think? Yeah, Dr. Will on. Hell, oh, thank God there's a fucking Hell's Kitchen recap. Yeah. These are probably... I forgot about this video.
Welcome to Club Evil.
This is his intro.
I'm Evil Dick.
Evil Dick!
You're a devil in disguise is what you are. You're burning me on purpose.
Like it's so funny. Like he really gloats about just like how horrible of a person he is.
That's what I'm saying. Why do they think that God gives a crap about what goes on in that house? And why do they think that he's gonna part the Red Sea for them to the promised land? Didn't she watch last season? What they did show last season was me in the diary room praying to my God Fred.
Like some young, tiny, small spaces. Evil Dick. These little...
Yeah, what an iconic video.
Taking the cameras off of me.
But yeah. Thought BB lore was good and did not know that. Yeah. What, James? He's like claimed the fame is that he's like slept with the player from every season up to like BB 17 or 18 or something like that. So good for James Ryan. MCU Spider-Man 4 is the second biggest. Yeah, I heard it's good, but I don't really care personally. I don't know if I'm ever gonna watch it. He did sleep with Joe. That is true. I mean, he technically slept with multiple people from BB-8. That was also a clip. Is that Dick calls him out for sleeping with Danielle on one of these podcasts. No, he didn't sleep with Joe. He slept with Danielle and he slept with Jessica. Did James have win equity in BB7 and BB6? BB6 he wins against any of the French or any of the sovereigns. BB7 depends. He probably beats like Chicken George. And like he probably beats Erica. Outside of that, it's like I don't know, maybe. It was too boring for pulling these girls. And, do I bother going down this rabbit hole now of looking up James Ryan Reddit sleep? There we go. James's victims. Yeah. In every season since he's slept with at least one female house guest. Yeah. Oh, thank God. Big Meech confirmed not her. Yeah. Again, I know Victoria is one of them. I know Caitlyn from BB15. Cara Monaco from 14. Yeah, Chelsea. I don't know. Either way. Caitlyn from BB20. I forgot. There was something between them, wasn't there? Let's see what this post says. Oh yeah, Cassie. Yeah, I forgot about Cassie. Also Lisa from BB Can 1. Oh yeah, Daniel Murphy. Either way. Again, good for James Ryan, I guess. James Ryan sucks. Sequester's coming back? Yeah. That'll be interesting. This is a crazy bowl. I mean, they dated before she was on Big Brother. They actually, like, dated, not just, like, slept with, like hooked up or whatever. Like, but, yeah. Like, it's kind of like the Corinne, Ethan Zahn of it all. Yeah, Sylvester's coming back. I don't know in what form, but it's coming back to some degree. Let's see. Where is it? This one? Open? There we go. That. Is the TV version want to make a video on it? Sequester? Probably not. Especially at this point. I'll talk about in like the year in game or year in gaming. Fuck me. Year in reality TV video. But why it stopped initially? Because there's controversy. Because it turned out like people within the sequester community were like sexually harassing women and that sort of thing. And Audrey knew and didn't stop it. But now people forgot, so they're trying to come back. But I don't know. Okay, yep, didn't need to go that far. Cool. Cock TikTok. week 4 Victy. Who is this? Is this Drew? Yeah, what is this?
Oh, dirty little, I'll give you my dirty little pickle, dirty little pickle. I'll give you my dirty little pickle, dirty.
Yeah. I'm just thinking of how do I use this in the review. I could use this for Kamu. Like I know Kamu admitted to it. Haley can't be a real person. Yeah, that's why she's Insane TV. Pickleball comp. Yeah, I guess that. But that's too boring. That's too normal. What is this? Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing many people have been saying. Wait, I'll actually work some on the player ranking today. Generally, I'm not even that, like, invested in, like, having to get, like, a lot done, because it's, like, we're so close to the end, and it's, like, I feel like with these streams, I'm just not getting as much done anyway. But I at least want to get, like, something done. Also, what the fuck is happening here? Cool. Anyway. Alright. So we're gonna start with this. Drew can sing. Yeah, good for him. Thank God he can sing. I didn't check comments. I'm not expecting any new ones, but we'll see. We'll see if there's anything. Oh. Let's see. Nothing. Cool. So nothing there, and then yeah, I guess we just continue on. What a tier this is of Alexis Jones, Lauren Ashley Beck, Lindsay Delosowicz, Cody Assenmacher, and Maria. Haley's Bob smoothed out her brain. Sure. Is this one I clicked on already or no? What is this one? Drew to Bear and D. I just don't want everyone to be like, let's get Drew out this week. I know we have the numbers, but it scares me. What an idiot. Yeah. Alright. So I would lean towards these players probably being a tad lower. Maybe not all of them. I don't know. Like Alexis, so all these players are this high because they obviously got to the end and had like a decent amount of winning scenarios, but still like lacked like enough to get to the tail end. Alexis, I kind of just feel is lower. I mean, like, I think ultimately Alexis gets idled out of the game, but it's still a spot where, like, she was still at the bottom of the Black Widow Brigade. So it's like, yeah, she gets, like, taken out in a weird way, but it's not like she was, like, poised to go on to win the season anyway, even though she had a winning scenario. Why is Courtney so high? I'm trying to remember what the actual... I mean, it was the fact that, like, she theoretically can win China. In other scenarios, and then her Here's Villain's appearance is like decent. Why Lindsay over Mike? Well, she might not be now. Why before though? I mean, Lindsay was the biggest stray threat at the time of the final 5, and like almost got Marion to save her. So that's something. Alexis, I would, let's see, maybe in like this range, like, because like practically she wasn't actually that close to getting the win. I think she probably is like a Julie Alley adjacent sort of player. I think she's probably like around here, like between Julie Alley and Lauren Rimmer. She's not like Victoria was like a massive, like Victoria like wins against most people and like actually had a path to 4. It's like Alexis had a path to 5 on a final 2 season, and then also is probably less of a jury threat than Victoria was. I feel like Julie is better. I guess if Julie almost gets taken out at 7. Yeah, maybe okay, maybe above Julie then. Buster Up comes back in the game at Winners of War Final 5. Immunities and Idols just wait to the end. While being Tony fired, does he win? Yes. I think if Tony's not there, yeah, I think Buster Up wins. But if Tony is there, I would still lean Tony winning. Alexa beats everyone in the Blackbird Brigade. Does she, though? I guess it is kind of situational. Like, it depends on... generally, I think it just depends. Like, does she win? Like, I don't know. I think a lot of votes are up in the air. Even against Sarah, yeah, people didn't like Sarah. Like, I think they begrudgingly would have gone given... I mean, like, I think it would be close. Like, Sarah would definitely get votes. But, like, I don't think the anti-return or anti-Edge of Extinction sentiment was bigger than the people that would give Rob another win. But to be fair, it's pretty close. Like, I don't fucking feel like actually playing out the votes, but like I would assume it comes down to like 1 or 2 votes. Like I think it's like very, very close. Party, possibly, also. It's kind of the same thing. Of like more so winning because of their reputation than like them actually like what they actually did in that season. I am gonna go here. Like I still don't think she really had a path past Final 5. Where is she? Like here? Wait, why is the tears off? Oh wait, no. I'm putting her with putting her at the top of this, I think. Either way. Lauren Ashley back. Got the Final 4 of a lot of equity. Should have been taken out at 5 though. So like did run a lot of the game though. Like she's kind of the well, I mean, she's above Janet for sure. Like Janet's right there. Yeah, maybe Victoria. I think that's probably a more fair comparison. Like still like struggled to get to the telltale end, though got close and had a whole bunch of win equity and like control a decent amount of the season. Like Pascal's kind of an interesting one, but I think like with Pascal, it's like these are players who are like giving them credit for like having an actual path at the end, whether or not they like were. I don't know, like obviously like Pascal's a lot of questionable play within that, but I think with Lauren, she didn't have anyone actually want to take her to the end, so I think that puts her here. If Amanda goes out at 6, it's 2v2 at Final 4. But the thing is, does Amanda actually go out at 6? Because, like, does Sri actually... Because, yeah, like, when we've heard post-show, it's like Sri knew, like, what was happening there. So, like, does Sri actually let Amanda go? If Amanda didn't have an idol? And like even then, it's like it's still like Alexis kind of lucking into a good position. Because like obviously it wasn't meant to be that. Like Alexis wanted to go to 5 the Black Widow Brigade where she would have been on the bottom. I recommend it for that in the runner-up ranking because I don't think it's been as clear as it is now. Like I think it's become even more like talked about now that Yasri knew. Like especially in a post, I think that like came up a lot during like Ave vs. the World and like that sort of stuff. Like when Parvati was doing all of her interviews and whatnot. Cody got the 6. Lotto win equity. Couldn't get to the end. Actually, no, that's actually not fair. Could get to the end. Yeah, I think Cody's probably somewhere in here, actually. I mean, he's in a spot where, like, actually, if he got through 6 with his idol, he probably just wins the game. But also, you got to dock him for how he goes out at 6 because, like, that's pretty bad. But I think you can argue the entire notion of there being forced fire is like a thing that like disfavored his position. Because I think if it was a spot where 4 was just a vote, I don't know if Jesse turns on him. Yeah, Sash is kind of weird here. Or I still don't know if I even should have Sash here. Yeah, I mean, like, he didn't have the Grace win equity, but, like, it's a spot where, like, I'm listing him as kind of, like, a screwed over player because of Nyanka and Purple Kelly quitting and those being, like, 2 of the people he could beat. And 2 of the people that he was actually, like, playing with. So, yeah, either way, Jesse turns him at 4. Like Jesse turns on at 4, but I think Cody would have had a good chance of winning final immunity. And even then, if Gabler was still there, supposedly Gabler wanted to go to the end of Cody, but then I guess Gabler turned on Cody at 6. So it's like, why wouldn't Gabler turn on him at 4? Well, I mean, that's what you can turn on someone at 4 if there's a vote. That's what we're talking about. Is that like if there was a vote, I think Cody is taking the 4. Or he's taking a 5. Too bad. I don't know. Well, I mean, he would have an idol at 5. So, I think he's in this tier, and I'm debating above or below Pascal. I'm leaning above. I'm not sure if that's consistent. And again, it doesn't matter. Like, this is gonna change anyway. But like, still, even one away. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go here. Wait, this is supposed to be here. Not that it really matters. Whatever. I think that's most people post fire making. I think it obviously plays. I mean, like, obviously it has the play factor. Right, that obviously played a factor for like Janet and whatnot. But I think the thing about Cody is the fact that, yeah, he would have an idol to get through 5, and I don't know. I think Cody. So like in the world where fire making exists, I think he just wins if he gets the 5. like, in a way, it's like I look at him as someone that was like literally one round away from just outright winning the game. Because supposedly he's the best fire maker of the season, and then also he would have had an idol for 5. Yeah, Lindsay. Lindsay's probably lower. I don't know. I think this is a spot where, like, I know in the last version of this we gave credit to Lindsay for like Marianne almost keeping her. But I'm not sure if I want to give her that in this. I don't know if that really matters that much. I mean, I guess it kind of, I guess it shows her like almost winning the game to a degree, but like ultimately Marianne doesn't like vote to keep her. So, I'm thinking maybe still in this range though. Like she still gets the 5 with a lot of win equity. Like kind of almost got to 4. Like I'm thinking below Victoria, above Kimmy. Actually, I guess like maybe even Kimmy above. Like so like the debate here would be the fact that like Lauren actually got the 4. Victoria should have gotten the 4. If it wasn't for Edge of Extinction. Kimmy, if she didn't flip, probably gets the 4 with no win equity. Or not, no path to the end, I should say. Janet can't get the 4. So like Lindsay's kind of in this middle ground of like she kind of can't get the 4, but she almost convinced Marianne to get her to 4. So yeah. I think missing the fake tea about Rizzo challenging Sarita firemaking and losing. If only that happened. We got robbed. These tiers are not right. What the fuck? It doesn't matter though. Yeah, Lauren wasn't meant to make 4, but she did make 4 though. And like I think is more like, again, it's a spot where she literally was right there with the win. Like had she won that fire making challenge, she wins the season. Or like with these players, there's at least still more to speculate. Where like Lauren is literally like right, like it's a very clear binary that was literally like in front of us. Well, I would rather Rizzo winning immunity and challenging Sarita firemaking and loss, or Drew having the coin saves it for his own HOH. I mean, what do you think? The Drew, like, if that was what Drew was planning, that's an insane play. Like, that is such a dumb play of like, why would you waste this power on a week that you're safe anyway and that you're already HOH? Like, that is insane. I think Maria is also in this range. I think she's essentially Lindsay. I would say probably below. I don't know. Like, I think the thing that, like, maybe minorly give her credit for is that, like, Liz and Kenzie teamed up in the immunity challenge, and they shouldn't have been able to do that. But, like, she was more hopeless by the time of 5. Like, she was pretty dead in the water. So, yeah, I think this is fine. Like, her below Lindsay. Alright. Next tier. The card's definitely moving down. Kind of crazy. We're all convinced he was that stupid. I mean, yeah. If Nora gets the final 4 of Dan, Tommy, and Dean, would she throw Tommy in the fire? Probably, yeah. I think she probably throws Tommy and Dean. Yeah, Tommy and Dean. But I believe out of those people, Tommy is the best fire maker. Ian just at the top? Don't know. Let's see. So I'm trying to remember what the. So I think we need to piece together logic for Mike and Marianne. Like, they obviously got to the end where initially they had like tied number of jury votes. Like Ian, I don't know if would Ian be number one on this. Like Ian, I guess is like screwed by Tom's immunity run. And did have like a decent amount of win equity. I don't think he had like the most win equity. Like I feel like he's more of a Chase Rice here. Where like again, like he's in a spot where like if he's against Jen at the end, which I guess like Tuver wasn't happening because he was gonna take Katie, right? But it's like I don't know if the like if it's between him and Jen, I don't know if he necessarily wins that. Feels like it's been years since 50. Well, it's not even been 3 months. But yeah, I don't think there's that much of a difference between him and Chase for this list. No, Joe Hunter's kind of soon, right? He's there. Yeah, if we're like ranking this on like how close they were to winning, it's like both Chase and Ian, like both were people that would have won had it not been for an immunity run. Was it a docking cell on because they couldn't win in a scenario that was never happening? I mean, again, I think it's more so just the notion that I don't think he was beloved by the jury. I don't think the jury liked him that much, but they were just like I don't think they respected him that much, but like he probably still would have won, especially again against Katie. I think it would have been definitive. Against Karen, it would have been definitive, but I think it's just because they're bigger goats, more so than the jury actually liking Ian. I feel like maybe Courtney could drop down a bit here. I'm thinking maybe Courtney. Well, no, I think the argument was that Courtney could have. Okay, so I'm thinking Chase Rice above Courtney, and then put Ian with Chase Rice. And then maybe actually move them above Mike and Marianne. Considering, like, I think they're in a spot where, like, yeah, if it wasn't for an immunity win, they just win the season. Where, like, these are players that, like, they got to the end, even then it was, like, kind of a question mark if they were going to win or not. And I'm not really sure what I'm doing with Courtney. Like, Courtney's someone that, like, I think we're, like, kind of giving her credit for, like, possibly winning a her Amanda Denise final three. And then also having a good second, like good-ish second, like a good for what it is, second appearance. I think Courtney. Yeah, I think Courtney probably should be closer to Ryan. I don't know what I'm doing with Sash. Like, Sash also feels kind of weird. Maybe Sash should be below Ryan. Because I don't know if Sash has much of a chance. Like, so, like, yeah, if it was like Holly, Sash, Chase, like, Sash gets votes. I'm not sure he wins. And again, I guess that is the same thing as Ryan, though. It's like, I think Ryan gets some votes. I don't know if he wins. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is fine. Maybe it is just Courtney Sash, Ryan here. And then it's Marianne and Mike. And then it's Ian and Chase. Maybe that feels more appropriate. Because yeah, I did forget about the immunity run of it all with Chase. I think Sash was ever gonna win even if the double quit. I mean, it's kind of also giving him like a maybe against like Chase and Holly. Again, I would lean towards Chase winning, but I'm not actually like 100% on that. Like Sash would definitely get some votes. Like Sash would get like Marty, probably Fabio, probably Dan even. I don't know, Dan's probably between him and Chase. Even though he hates both, like he hates all of them. Benry, I think Benry goes Chase in that spot. I'm not 100%. Like Benry and Chase were close at the beginning of the season, and that disintegrated like towards the end. But like, I would think like he was closer to Chase than he was to Sash. But also, it's like I feel like he could feel betrayed by Chase, so I don't know. So Sash be maybe closer to Carolyn. He's like, Carolyn is someone that, like, maybe she wins if Mike doesn't go in a immunity run, but also she wasn't meant to get there to begin with. Like, maybe that's, like, a decent enough balance for Sash there. Is to put him down there. Yeah, let's just move these up one, right? Yeah, okay. I think Ryan gets the healers. I don't know. And it's a maybe. Like, I think it would be between him and Devin. I mean, Switcher to Ryan wins is the one he was going for, which is why I would give him credit for, is that he was going for his optimal final three at least. And does he actually win? It's up in the air. I think there's a lot of up in the air votes. A lot of them are between Devin and Ryan. And I don't think we'll ever like really know the answer because I don't think a lot of them would have been made up until Final Tribal. Because like you have like Desi, Cole, like Joe supposedly was going to be a Ryan vote. Who are the other votes that are up in the air? Like JP is up in the air. Oh, there's a lot of like votes that we just don't fully know. Yeah. Rafe. Rafe also ran the game. Probably wins. Well, no, he does. He wins if Danny doesn't win final immunity. So is that just here? Trying to piece together the logic of So, like, maybe Maddie should be higher, actually. Oh, he did it to himself? I mean, like, you could say Ian did it to himself also. Like, I don't think there's that big of a difference between Ian and Rafe. If anything, like, at least, like, I don't know, I think at least Rafe has the mental fortitude for the game. I don't know. Yeah, but I'm more so talking about Ian telling Tom to vote him out in the actual situation we got. Yeah, I guess that's fair. It's like, yeah, I guess it's more so like the opportunities he had and didn't take it. Where's that put him though? I'm not sure where that really puts him. Like, is that like here? Where like Ryan and Courtney are like, no, actually no. I think he's just a one-time Courtney, right? Kinda. He ran the game more, but like between him and Marianne and Mike, I think for this list, actually I don't know, what would we deem as closer to winning, Rafe or Mike? Like Mike, who came in the final tribal with half the numbers, or Rafe, who would have like won one situation and lost the other? I actually feel like Rafe. Yeah, I feel like Rafe may be higher than Mike Turner. I think Rafe here, but just in a different tier. Like I think he's in a separate tier than Ian and Chase. Because they are more like screwed by like outside factors. Or like outside the final round or whatever. Where like Rafe only gets screwed in that final round by Danny's immunity win. Or like Chase had an entire immunity run, and same thing with Ian, I guess. Yeah. Hayden, I think. No, actually, I don't know. Hayden's a weird one because like he's another one that like theoretically he's a rock draw away from winning the game. Like obviously there's a lot of nuances to that with like Tyson having an idol, and again, if he comes back with the idol still valid, it's like whatever. Like there's a lot of like weird stuff with it, but like and like obviously just the redemption island of it all. But like at least from a social strategy perspective, if he wins the rock draw, like he is in the position to win the game. So again, that's good. That being said, I also feel like he deserves some of the blame for the position he got himself into to lead to the rock draw. Like that was because he like mismanaged Sierra and whatnot. Yeah, I'm not sure where exactly that lands him. Like, is he... Like, I don't think he's here. Just because, like, these players' wins were a bit more tangible than Hayden's. Like, Hayden's is still, like, yeah, if he wins the rock draw in that spot, he's likely to win. But it's still at final 5. Like, he gets to Final 5 before Redemption Island. Like, it's still, like, how many rounds away? It's still, like, what? 2 Final 5 rounds, 4. Yeah, it's still, like, 3 rounds after that. I think Hayden wins against Katie and Sierra. And I don't think it's particularly close either. Like, I think Tina votes Katie. I think Laura votes Sierra. I think everyone else votes Hayden. I think Vetus and Aris go Hayden. I don't think they're voting for Katie just because they had a pregame alliance with her. Especially when, like, Hayden plays, like, as good of a game he does. Also, the fact that, like, Aris and Hayden were friends outside the show also. So it's like, I think they still vote for Hayden. I think maybe there's a shot that, like, I don't know, like Tyson could give, like, Sierra a sympathy vote or something. Maybe there's a shot of that. But yeah, I think Hayden just wins. But yeah, I feel like it's like a bit too far away to give him, like, the full credit for the win. Or, like, maybe he's closer to, like, the Maddie Brett. Or maybe even, like, the Cody tier. Also, what the fuck happened to these numbers? These got misplaced somehow. Not that they're relevant at all. I actually thought about the concept of Hayden having relations with Survivor due to BB. Yeah, Hayden was close to Aris and Jervis from before the season. Which, yeah, it's like from meeting at charity events and everything. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm leaning this. Because, like, I do fault him for the rock getting into the situation where he needed to get to the rock draw. And then, and again, it's still, like, a decent ways out from the end. So, like, I don't think I can give him the full credit to put him in this grouping for this version of the list. So I'll put him there. Ricard is just moving down, right? Like, Ricard, again, like, I remember Ricard, like, the discussion around Ricard, because, like, I put him this high because I was like, of more potential based reasons. Like, Ricard's someone that, like, is just kind of obviously very good at challenges, is competent strategically. But for this version of the list, yeah, he's like way lower. Like, he's like, where is, like, Omer? Yeah, like around here. Probably lower. Because, like, Ricard probably needs to win out from Final 6 on. I guess that's when these players were booted. I don't know. I think that's maybe okay. Let's see. Yeah, he had no real path to the end. No one to take him to the end. Even in that, he's not even, like, the biggest jury threat. Where, like, supposedly him and Erica were, like, around the same. But yeah, I think he still plays a fairly impressive game, though I don't think it's that different from the likes of Omer and Drew. Even versus Greg, what does that look like? Greg had more people willing to take him to the end, right? Actually, really, even Ricard. Maybe Ricard's even below these players. Actually, is Ricard? Because, like, I think the problem here is that, like, at least Omer and Drew had, like, someone willing to take him. Like, Ricard had nobody. Where again, like Drew had Austin, Omer had Lindsay. It's like, yeah, no one wanted to go to him for Card. I feel like he's better than Ashley Nolan. I don't know if I agree that Ricard is necessarily worse than Omer and Drew strategically. I think they're all like kind of in the same like ballpark. But yeah, I think I'm leaning here with Ashley Nolan. Or maybe even worse, actually. Ashley is someone that you can argue is like disfavored by the Lauren Rimmer idol play. I don't know. At that point, like, is he just Carla and like Steven? Is he like that tier? Like I think he's definitely better than Carla, from my perspective. But yeah, I think him being here is fine. I would say below Steven, just for the fact that I think Steven, you can argue, is like screwed by MC being taken out of the game in the way that she was. So yeah, Ricard dropped 130 spots. All right, we got this. Camilla, Amy Cusick, and Jerry Manthe. So again, because these returning players, I think will handle it similarly to the other ones. So like Jerry's best appearance is Heroes of Villains. If we're just going on our Heroes of Villains game, she is not actually really that high. It's like, yeah, she could have won, but she also like wasn't playing for the situation that she would win. So like that's kind of bad. Like she's probably like here. Yeah, maybe with Eliza. Like her other appearances are like fine. Like obviously not getting on Australian Outback, but it has some good moments there. All Stars, like bad luck at the very, very end. Outside that, like at least decent at surviving. Yeah, I would lean probably above. I think she's above Eliza for sure. Maybe above Yao also. And then maybe below Jenna Lewis. Actually, if anything, I think there's an argument above Jenna Lewis. Like, I think the argument would be the fact that she has, like, 3 runs, and, like, none of her runs are as bad as, like, Jenna's 50 run. Or, like, you can argue, like, first runs, like, Jerry and Jenna's are fairly similar. Then, here's Villains versus Jenna's All-Stars run. I think are also kind of similar, but then like Jerry's All-Stars versus Jenna's 50 is better. Kelly Wigglesworth was at least trying for a more optimal end game. Kimmy is there, but Kimmy was more like got kind of unlucky with how she was eliminated. Yeah, I think Jerry probably just is here, like in this tier. But part of me's like at the top of this tier. Just because like she does have 3 like competent runs. Just part of me just feels like she's at the top of this. You see, I think when doing the 101 analysis, she's better than Jenna, and then with Brad, it's like, I don't know, maybe below Brad. I don't know. Brad's like kind of a weird one. Like Brad obviously has less of a career than she does. You can. Well, no, I mean he also like wasn't playing for his optimal final 3 in Game Changers. Has like a very mixed here Blood vs. Water run. What placement do I think Couture will get most mad at? Spilo. I think that's kind of obvious. I think I'll do above Jenna. Foley's gonna be up there too, yeah. I mean, I think those are like easily the top 2, right? Like Foley and Spilo. And then probably that Parvati's not number 1. It's probably like the other thing. All right, there's that. Amy, I think Amy's just moving down also. Like Amy's best appearance is 6th place. Not even with that much win equity, and like had no path at the end. Okay, maybe I shouldn't say no path, but like she kind of fucked up her own path. She did have a lot of control over the game. Like her second appearance isn't great, and like generally, like I don't know how much we really get from her second appearance. Like, where's Candace again? Candace is here. Like, Corinne is there. Like, maybe this ballpark? Yeah, where's Leanne? I think Leanne's, like, a decent amount lower. But I would say Amy with, like, Candace and Corinne is not the worst thing in the world. I would say probably lower, though. I would say, like... And she makes it further. Like, she gets a 6. Like, they never do. But I think Corinne... like, plays more optimally. Or, like... I shouldn't say optimally. But, like, does more... like, strategically sound things? I don't know. I think with Candace... I think it's more of a debate of, like, do I give Candace the credit for having a little bit more consistency? But I think I lean no. I think I do go Amy over Candace. But yeah, essentially all these players are, like, players that were, like, meant to be GOATs. And really, Woo's just actually kind of... Actually, maybe Woo's with, like... Maybe Woo and Cassandra is, like, a separate tier below this. And then it's just a tier of, like, Amy, Corinne, and Candace. As, like... GOATs... Or, like, players that were meant to be GOATs. But didn't quite get there. But have played multiple times. And have, like... Not horrible other runs, I guess. Then we got Camilla. Camilla, if we're talking about just 48, she's fairly high, right? It's like she gets to the final four with a lot of win equity. The problem is she didn't really have a path to 3. But I would say she's like maybe below Lauren Ashley Beck on this, on her first appearance, and I think through her second. Maybe that puts her like at the top of this, is what I'm leaning towards. Or like I don't think her second appearance is like good enough to really give her like too much from it. But I could say like maybe it's enough to like put her at the top of her like tier. Because I think like her and Lauren like are pretty comparable. But I would say her second appearance gives her the boost there. Okay, it's still the issue of that no one actually wanted to go to the end with her. I think because like I think if it was a spot where like she had an actual path to 3, that wasn't her winning out, I would put her probably just at the top. But I think without that, she's in this tier. All right. Oh my God, we're at the icons: Danielle De Lorenzo, Andrea, Sierra Dawn Thomas, and Tiffany. We're about to actually get to our dark blues. That's kind of crazy. Oh, what time are we at? Only 2:19. Okay. This has been an okay process so far. Yeah. Danielle De Lorenzo. Probably moving down, right? Like wasn't that close to really winning the game. Like she's a pretty decently sized goat on Panama. It's like she could have like maybe won against like a Shane or a Courtney, but like actively doesn't go to the end with them. Might finish this month. I better be finished by this month. By the end of the month, I should have at least a couple parts done, you would think. To see Drew's Minecraft edit with Glenn and Jody? No. Kind of crazy, like we haven't been doing this for the last month. Yeah. I think Danielle, I would say maximum would be Kelly Wigglesworth here. I think is the max. And maybe that is appropriate, actually. Maybe Kelly Wigglesworth is fine. Where both got to the end on their first appearance, got some votes, could have won some niche situations. I guess like Kelly's better because like Kelly was trying to go to the end with her optimal situation, like Danielle wasn't. I'm debating right now if that like deserves to be lower tier wise also. But yeah, I think Kelly is better on this list. I mean, at least by time of like Final Four, I think she's playing optimally for the rest of that. Yeah, I think I'll go with this. I think between her and Kelly, it's not that big a difference. And like ultimately, like Kelly still votes out Sue, so like it's not like there's no blame there. So yeah, I think this feels okay. Thank God Big Tom is number 100 now. Um, yeah, Andrea. I think Andrea's just lower, right? Like Andrea, like has obviously 3 runs and 3 deep runs, but like none of them are actually that good. Like Redemption Island, she gets close to the end but can't win. Karamoan, she makes 7, but also doesn't have a path to the end on that season. Like she could win a jury vote, but like she's again couldn't get to the end. Same thing with Game Changers. Yeah, it's like Andrea's like a very consistent player, but in terms of like what this list values, like she's just not really that high. It's like she's better than Candace, wherever Candace is. So yeah, I think like she's at least above this tier. Like I think she's a more viable jury threat than those players, but maybe she's like just at the top of this tier.
Fuck!
Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Thank you for the follow. These Big Tom's runs are that good. I mean, Big Tom makes it deeper, or at least was meant to. That one actually jump scared. That one actually did not. I feel like the other one jump scared me more than that one. Like the one from earlier today. Yeah, actually, now thinking about it, yeah, is there really that much of a difference between her and like Keith and Big Tom? I mean, I think the difference is that they made it deeper. Where like even Andrea on the season that she gets 5th place, like she was even meant to. She was meant to get 6th. So yeah, it's like I can make an argument for why they're lower, but I don't know. Maybe also like her being there isn't the worst thing in the world. Were they so much closer to winning? I mean, like, I guess All Stars, Big Tom was. I wouldn't say Africa. But I guess like again, he still made it 4 though, right? So, it's like it doesn't really deserve to be this far apart though. Like, how many spots apart is that? That's like 80 spots apart. It's like, I don't know. Especially because like she's not a GOAT. Like she actually had like pretty good jury chances on her second 2 appearances. I think she's probably closer to here. Like, is she really that much? Like, she's not worse than Christian Hubicki. Like, Christian Hubicki also can't really get to the end. So I think maybe closer to this range. Yeah, I think she's somewhere in here. I can try and piece together where exactly in here. I mean, she made it to 6 on one of her seasons. The problem is that's the season where she can't win. She made it to 7 in a season that she could win, which that's where these people made it. I would lean her. I think my gut is to put her like closer to here with like Brenda. Like a spot below Brenda, probably. Like Brenda obviously votes her out, so that's also a factor. Rick is better. Is he? I don't know if Rick is better. Yeah, I just don't. I just don't think Rick is better. It's like, yeah, Rick almost wins Desert Extinction, but like he shouldn't have been anywhere close to getting there to begin with. And then, like even 50, it's like he's not in that good of a spot for most of the 50 also. It's like I think Andrea's like Karamoan and Game Changer games are probably better than Rick's 50 game. So yeah, I just think Andrea's better than Rick. If I was on BB28, would I get in a showmance with Lala if I were a guaranteed jury? Sure. Why not? I'm generally I would probably never showmance anybody, but Sierra Thomas is moving down a lot. Actually, I don't know a lot, but like she's probably like around where Andrea is. She got the final 5 on her first season. Not a lot of win equity. Like she was someone that people didn't really respect. Like there could have been this like begrudging vote for her, but it's not like people wanted to vote for her. And then you have her second appearance, which is like decent, but she still only makes 9. She's kind of on the bottom for the last couple rounds. At least she was like looked at as like the leader of her alliance. Like that's the thing, which like again comes pros and cons with that. But like, still, it's like I think she was like a very viable jury threat on Game Changers. But I don't know. I think I'm leaning this for Sierra. Okay, cool. It's like, yeah, she gets 5th that one time, but also again, I just don't think she can viably win that season. And even then, she didn't really have a path to the tail end on that season. And then Game Changer, she literally has no path. But I guess to be fair, like she was at least trying to get to the NF Brad and Troyzan, which would have led to a win. So maybe that's like a bit of credit to give her. See, I'm debating this now because, like, is she really that much better than, like, the like, she's, like, I think for this list, she's worse than this, isn't she? Because, like, when looking at, like, someone like a Jervis, like, Jervis actually got to the end on the season he was a GOAT, and then on the season he wasn't a GOAT, he got further than Sierra did. And I guess Sierra's, like, game on Game Changers is better than, like, Jervis's Borneo game, but, I don't know, maybe Sierra lower. Like where was that Candace tier again? Like around here. Like maybe that's an option. Actually, yeah, I forgot about Andrea. Maybe it is the same as Andrea. Actually, I mean Andrea has another appearance after that, but yeah, I guess like Sierra's first 2 seasons are not that far apart from Andrea's first 2 seasons. Again, Andrea's the 3rd season though. Like I think like Andrea's definitely better than Sierra. Maybe I settle around here. Like I think when it comes to this list, it's kind of becoming like, what was the first they got with win equity? And Sierra, the first she got was 9th. Where Christian got 7th and whatever. I think the problem with Jervis is that Jervis didn't have any control on the season that he did have win equity. And the season he had the most controls on the season that he was a GOAT. So I think that's the one that we're giving him the credit for, is the season of him as a GOAT, where like Sierra actually had control on the season that she had win equity. So that's why she's higher. So yeah, I feel fine about that. That's Sierra there. Probably double check everyone's still here. They are. Okay. Tiffany. Tiffany's interesting because, like, neither of her games are that good. But she still does get the 5 with win equity on 50. So that's pretty decent. And she's not really, like, controlling the game on, like, really at any point in that season. And then, like, on 46, it's like she at least had a good, like, pre-merge. Whose game do I vote for between Joe, Hunter, 50, Jervis? Joe. I don't think that's close. Who was I doing? Tiffany. Like, I think worst case for Tiffany probably is, like, here. Again, Joe at least was, like, trying for his optimal final 3 and got there. Jervis didn't. And I asked you for Jervis, like, there were other circumstances that played a factor into it, but still. I guess to be fair, like, we're really doing an analysis of it. It's like Jervis's early game's better than Joe Hunter's early game. So, yeah. Oh. The thing that's holding me back from Tiffany here is I don't think she ever really had that much control in the game. But I guess to be fair, did, like, Eliza and them. And she did have a lot of win equity. Yeah, I think she's here. I'll just put her there. You can never run that try with the Nerd Trio. I mean, yeah. I don't know if screwed's the right term, but yeah, he definitely was not given a favorable starting tribe. Or, like, Jervis was handed, like, a whole bunch of pregame relationships on his tribe. Alright. We're finally onto the dark blue. What did we start at today again? Started at, like, 93 or something, right? Wait, no, it was 92, right? Yeah, 92. Gone through 16 people. Could do better. Alright. Rich and Adam Klein. They actually won the seasons that they were on. Though, not the greatest wins. Both kind of turbulent. How do I really assess this, actually? Like, in comparison to, like, Ian and Chase and Rafe and them. I think my instinct is Rich higher. Yeah, it's like, I think Rich is, like, yeah, Final 4 round. And also, like, pre-emerge is, like his first 2 rounds are kind of, like, messy. But yeah, I think Hatch, number 1, still plays a fairly dominant game, even though there were some messy parts to it. Was playing optimally in the end game. Did want to go against his best competition. The columns are so fucked in this. I don't know how I fucked this up so bad, but it doesn't really matter. Whatever. Yeah, I think Hatch there. Adam Klein, I guess, was also playing optimally. and also is a bit of a mess, but maybe he is also up here. Yeah, he was playing for an optimal final 3. He handily had the votes in that final 3. Where I think that's like the qualm with Marianne here, is that Marianne like barely wins like she had to like earn the vote at the end. Adam just like wins automatically going in the final tribal. Hatch also same thing. Yeah, I guess Adam. Yeah, I guess if we're doing the final 5 thing, maybe that does knock him. You can save that final 5. Where's that actually put him? Or do I put him with Marianne? Maybe I just put him with Marianne. Because Marianne also got like fairly lucky throughout the pre-merge. Maybe I actually put Mike closer to Rafe. Or maybe not. Maybe that's not actually fair. I'm kind of feeling maybe Adam above Mike, below Rafe. Like, I think that gives him credit for the win equity he had in his ideal situation, but docks him for the idol. I think that's a good enough balance. Is like there. Yeah, what is this? Load. There we go.
She's gonna miss you. Like when she's out of the house, she's gonna miss you. Sorry. No, I'm saying like she's going to miss you outside of the house.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. That's funny. That face. Dude, what the fuck? How does he not know? Dude, there's been like so many red flags. It's like, how has he not picked up on it yet? Whatever. All right. Dawn, Austin, Sophie, and Sam Phelan. I think they're lower than these people, at least, for this list. At least most of them. So, like, Dawn, wasn't drawing dead win equity-wise, but just, like, was actively going to the end against Cochran. Which is bad. Like, is she Courtney Yates level, maybe? Or like not playing optimally. I guess like Ryan was. I guess that's kind of a weird comparison, actually. But then again, Dawn is also like a 2-time player. Like had a path to the end. Yeah, I'm thinking her of Courtney. And like above Courtney. Ryan Ulrich feels like a weird player at this point to have here, but whatever. We'll do that. then we have Austin. Austin's kind of a similar-ish thing, but just a one-time player. Like Austin was blindside at Final 6. I guess to be fair, like he still has D in his corner the entire time, but again is losing to her. Like he had winning scenarios, but wasn't going for them. Like, is he actually really with Dawn? Is Dawn really that different from a Brad Culpepper? Like on this list. Sam and Sophie are the top 2. I think Sophie, I can see. Sam, I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe it is a spot where, yeah, maybe I do drop Courtney and Dawn, because it's like both had winning scenarios, but both weren't going for them. So like it kind of is a spot where like, and like it's not like either were like the biggest jury threats either though. Like it's like they had like these niche situations that they could have gone to, but then didn't. So like yeah, it's like they're really not that different from Brad. Cool. What about the real life situation? I don't think that's the case. It's like Courtney probably gets 3 coming in the final tribal on that season. Where it's like, I think Jean Robert probably votes Courtney at the beginning of that final tribal. And it still gets like Denise and James. I think the rest of the votes were between Todd and Amanda. Most still leaning Todd, probably. I think this feels okay. I mean, maybe. Okay, so I think an issue. So, like, okay. Daniel DiLorenzo is there. I think that's kind of an issue. But I guess, like, you could argue Daniel DiLorenzo was at least playing optimally by the end. Where it's like Dawn and Courtney actively go to situations where they probably can't win. That's a story. I think that's been debunked as time goes on. Like, that was like a story that was definitely very prevalent for a while, but I think like PG clarified that's not really the case. No, I do want to keep Danielle there. Yeah, PG was always a Todd vote. So again, her perspective could be wrong, but she still claims that the vote was always Todd. Or like was leaning Todd at least. I think I'm just going to do this. Yeah, I just don't think Dawn is that different from Brad. I think Courtney's the one that, okay, if we want to give Courtney credit for China, like winning against, but even then she wasn't trying for that though. Wait, no. We're giving her credit for like potentially winning the real life situation. But I don't think I can give her that credit. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go something like that. Then, oh yeah, Austin. Austin's dropping. Is Austin like closer to the Sash level? I don't know. Okay, wait. Austin's like a bit weird just because like he wasn't the biggest jury threat, but he had winning scenarios, but again didn't go for them. But his like position is still better than these people though, right? I mean, he's better than Carolyn at least. And he had more win equity than Sash. He's also only a one-time player. Yeah, again, I don't really know what to do with him because he's like he doesn't really fit into a lot of these people. Because he's not a GOAT to where like I think that puts him above like these sort of people. But he also is like not playing optimally. But even then, he still get like he kind of almost gets the votes against D. And even then, like he still has like a lot of control over the game until like the final like 7 or whatever. So it is kind of a, it's kind of like a lot of things to juggle there. Like I think for this list, he's below these. For sure. With Courtney. Maybe like the one time. Yeah, again, all these people came closer to winning scenarios. And like we're trying a bit more for scenarios. We're like Austin or just have like outright win equity, like Lindsay just beats everybody. Like with Austin, it's a spot where like by the final 4, he has a winning scenario. Like all he has to do is get D out. And like too far he can't because she wins immunity, but it's not like he was going to anyway. But that's the issue. Is like he has a winning scenario, but he's not going for it. So yeah, like that is pretty similar to Dawn and arguably Courtney. I think he probably just is at the bottom of that tier. But I think the question is Brad also in that tier? I think below Brad, I think it's fine to not have them. But like Brad at least is a runner-up. Does get a decent amount of votes. Like I think I'm leaning Brad with them and then Austin here. But then it's not like Brad's first appearance is one they give him like that much credit for though. But cool. Yeah, I will go there and then Brad there. Okay. Austin versus Kelly. Which Kelly? Wigglesworth? Wigglesworth was at least trying to get into a winning scenario. And again, she ultimately drops it because of the tiebreaker of it all. But like, she at least was trying to get to the end of Sue. And even by the time of Final 3, she picked the optimal option over, like, she picked Richard over Rudy at least. Like, Austin would have gone to the end of D no matter what. That's bad. Yeah. Sophie B, I think, is actually just at the top. Maybe at least. I think she's definitely above Ian. Against Hatch. I don't know. Like, so Sophie B, like, she... Yeah, at this point, I feel pretty good about her winning the Rizzo. Sage Round 3, she was trying to go for it. If Savannah didn't win the Fire Making Challenge, she probably wins the season. But yeah, I think that's closer to Ian and Chase, though, isn't it? Savannah also won Final 5 immunity. I mean, but that's also still Ian and Chase. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm leaning this for Sophie B. I think Hatch above her. And I guess like Sophie probably had like a cleaner end game than Hatch. See, okay, this is actually kind of interesting with Hatch. Because like this is a spot where like I think like the reason why Hatch is higher at this point is kind of just because of the notion that he wins. Which is interesting. Because like outside that, it's like comparing Hatch to like Sophie, Ian, Chase. It's like all those players were affected by immunity runs. Hatch didn't have an immunity run. Oh yeah, I guess to be fair, there actually was an immunity run that harmed him. But he just beat the person that had the immunity run. Actually, no, I think I'm gonna keep him here, actually. Because yeah, it's like actually Hatch's game is still actually pretty affected by Kelly just winning all the immunities, but he was able to like benefit from that. Like he was able to make the most of it and go to the end with Kelly and still beat her. Where like these players couldn't beat the people that went on the immunity runs. Savannah was immune at 6 and 5. Do I think Sophie takes the shot? Probably not 6. 5 though, possibly. I think 6 would be too early, especially when there's Steven still in the game. I think once you get the 5 though, I think Savannah's probably just the choice. Though generally position wise, I think ideal would have been 4, but like it's just that you can't control the votes there, and like you're still giving her an extra shot because like I think it's a spot where taking Savannah out at 5 leaves her like a little bit more open at 4 to be taken out. But to be fair, she had like supposedly an alliance with like Christina and Sage. So like Rizzo probably still goes there, but I think it would have been between her and Rizzo. Where like if Savannah's still there, then instead it's more so between Savannah and Rizzo. But yeah, I still think you probably should make the shot at 5. Did she know her win equity? I don't think so. Not to that degree. Like I think she knew she lost against Savannah. I think she knew it was like a toss up with Rizzo. Oh yeah, I think ultimately I could see Sophie being better than Hatch. Like, that's literally what she was before this. But I think for this version of the list, I think it makes sense to have Hatch higher. Where, again, Hatch literally beats... Like, because these are all people that, like, got to the end despite there being an immunity run that, like, harmed their positioning along the way. But Hatch actually wins with that situation happening where these players lose. So, like, I think for this list, I think Hatch is higher. Sam, I don't know what to do with Sam. Sam's just kind of all over the place. Like, just such a mixed bag of a game. Like, obviously, Rachel's run definitely disfavors him. Understand how people didn't... Wait, how people think Sophie didn't play the best game of 49? Because people like Savannah and Rizzo. Sam would have won if it wasn't for Rachel winning out. Is that fully the case? Like, let's say Rachel goes out at 7. Like, how's the game play out at that point? Like so it's, what is it? It's it would be Sam, Sue, Teeny, Mother, Andy, and Caroline. So Caroline, Sue, I don't know. Does Teeny, like, realistically, it's like, isn't it just this, and they probably vote out Mother Vive and Sam, and then they go to the 4 of this. I mean, I think a major reason why Andy... I would lean towards Andy sticking with them. Because, like, I think a major reason why Andy doesn't in the real life situations because Rachel's still there as a massive jury threat he needs out. Where, like, in this world, like, Caroline's not as big of a jury threat. Rachel's play at 6, I mean. Yeah, so if Rachel's out there, I think it's the same, right? Like, in that spot, it's also, like, Andy... I guess then, like, would Sue work with Andy again? But, like, I think Andy would try to work with Sue again. Like, again, I think it's... Okay, cool. I think it's, like, Andy, Sue, Teeny versus Mother Vive, Sam. And I think it's these three recognize they're the people that are most likely to win against each other. And, again, I think it's the same. Like, I don't think it's that different. It's still a spot where Sam needs to win final immunity. Or firemaking. Again, I don't think Sam's position's that good. Oh, okay, cool. I'm thinking like somewhere in this range. Again, does Sam win fire against like anyone other than Teeny? But yeah, that's not really what this list is, though, at this point. Like, again, the final list, yeah, I'll give him credit for that. That's not what this list is, that he plays good from the top and bottom. Like, at this point, this list is how close were you to winning and, like, how optimally you're playing to get to that. Where Sam, I just don't think he was actually that close to winning. Bear Ryan Ulrich, but Ryan Ulrich, if it wasn't for Forced Firemaking showing up at the last second, theoretically wins the season. Again, Sam, I think, is poised to be taken out 4 in almost all the situations. But again, he still needs Final 4 immunity, though. Like, that's what these people are. I think he's just down here. Again, he's down here. I don't even think he's this high, generally. Like, I think I don't know. Maybe below Camilla. I guess, like, Lauren was even meant to get the 5 or 4. Again, Brett was closer to winning the game than Sam. Again, that's what this list is at this point. Again, this is not the final list. Like, this is not what the list is going to ultimately be. But we're just staying consistent with the criteria we have at this point. And I think to stay consistent, Sam is here. Again, Sam will be higher on the final list. But I think for the sake of consistency here, Sam is down here. By the way, I don't think I actually put Sam on the list, did I? Here. These people. Vesepia, Jenna, Jam, Kenzie. I'm debating how much more I want to go. I'll be honest, I'm fucking tired already. It's only 3, but still. And we're kind of close. Oh my god, we're at 69. Yeah, all of them needed some level of luck to get to the end. Or again, Hatch is as high as he is because he kind of more naturally gets to the end, and even like it actually was like more disfavored by immunity wins. Like Vesepia like needed a Final 4 immunity win. Even then, like barely wins a jury vote. Like I think at best she's Marianne. Of like coming in the final tribal losing, or at least like not necessarily winning, and then arguing the way to the win, but also having like a rocky path there. If anything, actually Marianne probably has a smoother, like Marianne has a smoother post-merge than Vesepia. Vesepia probably has a smoother pre-merge. It was 4-4 coming in the final tribal. Marianne had 4, Mike had 4. So again, Marianne wasn't necessarily losing, but she was winning in a tied vote. But yeah, I think I'm leaning Vesepia here. Below Marianne on this one. Let's go there. Jenna Maraska also need a comp win comp run at the end. Needed that starting at what? Final 5 technically. Well, yeah, final. Well, kind of. Technically final 4. She really needed it. Like final 5. No, she didn't win immunity at final 5, right? Yeah, they just actually voted out Heidi. So yeah, final 4 on. So last 2 rounds. Why is there a gap there? Okay, I should double check. Make sure everyone's still here. Okay, we're still good. I guess these people are a spot higher than what they're meant to be, though. Okay, so Austin's not a top 100 player. What travesty. Yeah, I mean, Jenna is worse than these players. I would say for sure. Her versus Kimmy. I think I give it to her. Like, these players were meant to make Final Four. Actually, I guess, to be fair, Jenna did make Final Four. But, like, this Final Four and a Final 3 season. This Final Four and a Final 2 season. Worse than Maria? I don't know. I don't know if I feel that. I don't think there's that big of a gap. I guess, to be fair, Jenna, she was, like, on the outs from the Final 7, though, right? So, I don't know, maybe. He's like, yeah, she didn't need immunity until Final 4, but also she was, like, she was actually on the bottom for longer than that. So, yeah, maybe she is lower. I think, if anything, actually, at this point, she, like, maybe she's below Janet, also. No, actually, no. Maybe not below Janet. Because Janet was only meant to make Final 6. I guess, like, yeah, maybe around here. Like, these players made Final... Well, Kimmy didn't, but, like, was meant to. So, like, round-wise, these players get all booted in the same round of the game. But dock Jenna more for being on the bottom in the lead-up to that. I think is what makes sense there. Wonder why Tracy Hughes was called for 50. Don't know. I don't know if they thought of, like, maybe a pre-merge tribe or something. Who do you think is most likely to lie about being called for 50? I mean, Ethan, because he did lie. But, I mean, of the people that are still lying now, Troyzan? I don't know. Probably. Troyzan or Tracy Hughes Wolf. I don't know what I don't know. Tracy Hughes Wolf is a weird one because, like, she admits the fact that she wasn't called at all until 50. Which is, like, you would think that if she was lying about being called for 50, she would also lie about being called for previous seasons. So I would lean towards her not lying, but also I was leaning towards D not lying about not having the power. So I could just be wrong. But yeah, Jam Jam's interesting because, like, he doesn't need immunities to get to the end, but he needs Carson out before the end, which he wasn't trying to do. So yeah, I think it's interesting because, like, I think at worst he's probably above Dawn. But yeah, generally on this list, I think I could argue him here in the fact that he was playing for a losing situation for most of his game. It's like he has, like, a lot, like, the annoying thing about Jam is that he is still a pretty big jury threat. Like, he beats a lot, like, again, outside of Carson, he probably beats everyone else. Again, Lauren is, like, a debate, but, like, everyone else is, like, it's a clear win. So, like, I kind of want to give him the credit for that, but, like, the fact that he was, like, actively playing for a losing situation, I think puts him here. Where he really had to luck out in that, like, Heidi targeted Carson for him to go on to win the game. Yeah, but also Jam's a winner, though. Like, Jam still won. So, like, I think I still give him, like, I still think a one-time winner is still better than, like, a losing finalist, like best case scenario losing finalist for Dawn. Like, he still at least did win the show. So, like, I still think I put him here. Jam or Sophie? generally gut instinct is Sophie. Sophie's playing more optimally, at least. All right, Kenzie. Kenzie's a mess. Also, she did need. Well, she didn't need any immunities, but she did. She did get lucked out at the final 7. She was gonna be booted there until Venus revealed her idol. I mean, 4 is like it's debatable. Like I don't know what actually would have happened there. Like I think Ben probably still allows her to go into fire, but you never know. But yeah, I do think she's worse than Jam Jam. I don't know. Where would she go? Like a winner, but was meant to be booted at 7. Yeah, Ben votes for her at 7, but also like I think that's a different circumstance because like they assumed Kenzie was going out anyway. Like at that point, it was like. Because, like, I think this is different than, like, a binary choice between Kenzie and Liz when he's closer to Kenzie. Because, like, in that situation, it was like, okay, the entire majority wants Kenzie out, so I guess I'll go along with it. Like, this is a spot where, like, he is the sole decider. Kenzie below Austin. I've done that before. Like where's my new era player ranking? Which, like, to be fair, again, I don't know if I stand by it, but like still I did. Where is it? This one, right? Yeah, I had Austin at 5. Kenzie's not even in the top 10. So yeah, I think Kenzie. I'm leaning towards her, like, around this range. Like, I think the fact that she still does win puts her with the, like, 2-time players. Like, kind of, like, I think it, like, allows her to kind of be in this grouping. But I look at her as, like, a 7th placer in this grouping. Which I think would land her here. Thank God Austin's back in the top 100. Yeah, with Tiffany also would make sense. For sure. I mean, all these players got booted at 7 in the situations where they could win. Rick in Edge of Extinction doesn't count. I think to be consistent, I think she's here. I think she is better than Brenda, though, practically, but I think criteria-wise, I think she's here for now. And then... Oh, is that it for that tier? Okay. We're moving on to what? How many have we done now? 26? Oh, there we go! Past Survivor's number. Where's Brian Heidick? He's coming up. We'll see where he lands. All right, we're at my daddy. My daddy's finally here. Took a while. Oh yeah, Hatch is 6'7" right now. That's something. Good thing I bet the over. Yeah. All right, Rupert. Best season for Rupert, 4th place. Did have a lot of win equity on that season. Like, beats everyone at the Final Four. Also has 2 other pretty... Like, has Pro Ends, which is actually, like, not really that good of a run, but... Like, there's some good points to it, I guess. And then... Here's Villains is... a lot of good, but definitely some bad. Like, if we're just crying in for Final Four with a lot of win equity, I guess, like, to be fair, he was... Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? I was gonna say, like, he was, like, playing optimally at the end of All-Stars, but, like, it doesn't really matter, though, does it? Because, like, he just beats everybody. So, like, really, Optimal is just trying to survive. Then he was Final Four and a Final 2 season. So I think that's the thing to knock him. I think he might be here with, like, Keith Nail and Big Tom. Yeah. Which isn't really what I was thinking coming into it, but yeah, I think that feels all right. I'm debating if better or worse. I think probably better than Tom, worse than Keith for this list. Or yeah, he gets the 4 with win equity. Big Tom only got the 5 with win equity. Keith got the 4 with win equity. But then Keith wasn't playing optimally, though. So that's kind of a weird thing with Keith. Yeah, I think I just go Rupert at the top of this. All right, then we got Coach. Coach is close to a win, but also fucks it up for himself. He's not really screwed by immunity run, like in the way that like Sophie and them were. I mean, I guess actually, to be fair. No, actually, no. There's no to be fair. I mean, like, immunity run definitely affected his game, but like it didn't harm his final position, right? Like either way, he was going to get to 3 with Sophie and Albert by that point. And like that, to be fair, that is his best case scenario anyway. Actually, I should say best case scenario. Like his best case scenario is like Edna and Cochran, but like after Edna and Cochran are gone, that's his best case scenario. I'm thinking above Mike Turner. Yeah, I'm leaning above Mike Turner, below Adam. Like he essentially just is a Mike Turner that played multiple times. And I guess Tufar had a more dominant game in 23 than Mike Turner had in 42. But also he like I think a lot of those, like with Coach, it's like a spot where he had to earn those votes. With Mike, it was a spot where he had some of those votes and then kind of lost them, which I guess is like, I guess that's kind of a weird situation, actually. Maybe I do go above Rafe. Maybe I go here because it's not like Rafe was a big jury threat either. It's just that he like had a yeah. Rafe only beat Stephanie, and I guess to be fair, he was trying to get to the end of Stephanie, but also like Coach was playing optimally too. For like again, optimally in terms of like the end game situation he was trying to get into by the end. And he is a multi-time player. Like obviously Rafe at least has a blatant winning situation. Coach doesn't, but yeah, I feel like it should be like this. Like these players, again, you can more directly say if it wasn't for an immunity run, they win. Coach had the situation where the immunity run didn't affect his game by the end, and then still lost. Was 4-2 more Mike losing votes or Marianne gaining? I think it's both, perhaps at the same time. But yeah, it's both. I would say more Marianne gaining. But and I think both factored in. I'll go Coach there. For now. Joe Hunter, my daddy. Okay. Joe, I think, is where this gets a little difficult because like Joe is the ultimate GOAT. He gets the end on both his seasons, can't win both of his seasons. Though you can argue is playing optimally. Like, so, okay, I think he was playing optimally in the end game stretch of 50. 48? Like, even that's not the most unoptimal. Like, I guess, obviously, optimal would be, like, go against Star. Like, him, Star, Eva. But, like, him against Kyle is one of his better case scenarios, at least. But, again, that's not really intentional. It's not like he's doing that because it's one of his better case scenarios. He's doing it because he has a closer relationship with Kyle. But still, he is a 2-time losing finalist. Was playing optimally. Where are other finalists that were playing optimally? You got this, but they at least had a winning scenario. Joe doesn't, right? Where, yeah, I think, like, who's the last person that was drawing dead jury-wise? Like, I think it's that GOAT tier, right? Like, where's the end of the GOAT tier? Like, here, right? Well, I guess here. Yeah, is there anyone above Stephanie that fundamentally couldn't win the game? I don't think so, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's what the breakoff point was. So, like, in this world, does that mean that Joe is just here? Is Joe just the top of the GOATs? He's the king of the GOATs. Which is insultingly low for Joe Hunter, but I guess to be fair, like Sash is there. Like, is there really that big of a difference between Joe and Sash? Because I mean, like, again, Joe, like, again, Joe can win a Joe Star Eva Final 3. Like, Sash could win a like Sash Kelly Nyanka Final 3. But I guess, like, you fault, like, obviously Sash doesn't have any fault for how Nyanka and Purple Kelly go, while like Joe does for Star, right? But he's also a 2-time finalist. That's pretty good. But yeah, I think based on precedent, I think he's going here. again, he'll be higher on the final list. I'm not going to allow my daddy to be number 127. That's insulting. But yeah, I think for this version of the list, he kind of has to be around here. Okay. How much more do I want to do? Let's see if we can get to, like, I think maybe we'll try to do these tiers. All right. Lex, first appearance, gets the final 3, good chunk of win equity, plays a fairly dominant game. I don't think it was playing optimally in the sense that he wanted to go down of Ethan, but, like, probably still beats Ethan. I have Sash higher than Joe right now. Like, on the final list, I don't think that's going to be the case, but based on this criteria, I feel like Joe is below Sash. Joe below Savage is pretty insane, too, but, again, I think logic-wise it makes sense for this list. But yeah, I think Lex is somewhere in this ballpark. Again, had Kim not gone on an immunity run, Lex probably wins the game in Africa. Yeah, my daddy gets robbed. That's why I need to make another list so that my daddy doesn't get robbed. Yeah, I need to change the criteria just so Joe gets higher. That's why I'm going to do another phase. That's the only reason. Is to make sure Joe does not get 127th place. Yeah, let's see. I think Lex is possibly here. Should Lex be at the top? I think it's a spot where, like, Hatch wins despite the immunity run. Or, like, Lex couldn't be taken to the end because of the immunity run. Where, like, I feel like at least Hatch gets taken to the end and wins. I said Camille's last name. I have no clue, actually. Karthigetsu? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Is his second appearance really that good? I guess he is controlling a lot of the game. Better job pronouncing Camilla's last name versus Deez. What's Deez again? It's like Valderez or something, right? Or is it Valguerez? Something like that, right? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I do go. So I think based on first appearance, I think Richard is higher than Lex. Maybe second appearance is enough. But part of me just wants to do this. I don't know. Like, I think the thing about Lex is, or the thing about, it's actually more of a Richard thing. Like, I think with Richard, it's like, his second appearance is one that I don't fault him for much of what happens there. It's like, he had no chance coming into that to begin with. But I guess, like, that's more so just looking at him as a one-time player then. So, like, yeah, whatever. I'll put Lex there. Okay, what the fuck? How the fuck did I do that? Okay, yeah. Valladares. Cody, what? Cody, California? No, Califiore. Or we're talking about Cody Nixon. So that's obviously a very difficult last name to pronounce. Oh, Asamacher we're talking about? Yeah, I assume it's Ass Muncher. Yeah, we got Fair Play. Fair Play, I think, is just lower, right? Gets the final 3. Wins against Lil and was trying to get to the end of Lil, so at least there's credit there. Though still fails to get Lil to take him to the end. I think that's like more of a Rafe level. Especially considering it's like there's not really much, like obviously like his second appearance he has kind of a good round, but like I'm not really gonna give him that much credit for that. But I guess like unlike Rafe makes a suboptimal move in taking Danny to final 3. Fair Play makes a more optimal move, but Fair Play was just blindsided at the Burton vote. So yeah, I think this feels okay to me. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's actually that is fair. Yeah, Steph was taking Rafe. Yeah, like he was in because he was in more of a life or death situation. So is he closer to down here then? Yeah, probably like closer to like Camilla then. Let me think through him and Camilla. It's an interesting one because like Camilla was more consistent in that season, but I think Fair Play has higher highs. Yeah, it's like Fair Play actually has like agency in that game, but he also has like parts where his blind side. Camilla is like in the know of what's happening in the entire game, but she also doesn't have much agency in it. But yeah, I think I'll go Fair Play above Camilla. I think I'll move them into their own tier. Okay. Russell Hantz. All right, what are we doing with Russell Hantz? This is an interesting one. Okay. Is Hantz just the top GOAT? I think he's a little higher. Like, Hantz is someone that, because, like, Joe is someone that, like, Joe can't win either of his seasons. And you could say in 48 he wasn't necessarily playing for, like, again, yeah, I guess, like, in 48 he had, like, the star situation, wasn't playing for it. Russell is someone you can argue a bit more in the sense that, yeah, in 19, he ultimately plays for a situation where he loses. But you can factor in the Brett immunity run. I do think at the end of the day, it's not really that meaningful because, like, Natalie was still someone he was planning on going to the end with. Like, he wanted to go to have Natalie and Jason, who he still loses to Natalie. So, like, that's still an issue. But there's at least, like, a modicum of excuse of why he doesn't, like, take Shambo deeper and Jason. Where's the Carolyn tier again? Here. Don Courtney. Kind of. Yeah. I guess I will give him that credit. Yeah, I'll give him the credit for, like, probably winning that scenario. And then, yeah, he obviously has a second appearance, too. Yeah. Okay. I think here I'm debating what I want to do with Joe. Is Joe really the goat of goats, or could he actually also move in this tier? I think he does stay the same. With Joe, I think ultimately it's a spot where, like, again, like, he couldn't win 50 and 48. It's like his winning scenario is so far back, and he actively doesn't go for it. Hans, there's at least some arguments, and he even then he like gets closer to those situations. Like, even like in that world, it's like they're still around by the time of the final 6. Yeah, stars vote out at 8. So, yeah, I think it's fine. But yeah, you think Jam Jam? I think Jam Jam's higher. Again, Jam Jam like actually does win and wins in a lot of situations. Like Russell wins in a very niche situation at the time of Final 6 and just can't win his other season. Like Jam Jam, like, yeah, he was lucky to get into the situation without Carson, but if it pretty much any other situation without Carson, he probably just wins also. To where I just think the amount of win equity Jam Jam has is something that puts him better still. So I'll put him there. Then we're at this tier. Do I do this tier tonight? We're at the top 60. How many people are in this tier, actually? 8. So it's 12 now. That's kind of an annoying number. I'm kind of on the edge of whether or not I want to continue. Yeah, fuck it. I guess I will. I think there's a shot we finish this tomorrow night, by the way. At this rate. Like this phase. Considering, again, this part should be fairly easy. I was like, I'm not sure when I'm going to have this version of the list done. Just because I am actually going to be kind of busy tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to be busy until probably like 6 or 7. But until like a bit later in the day, I still have to watch the Big Brother episode. So it's like, not going to have a lot of free time tomorrow. But I don't know. I'm hoping to have it done by like Wednesday at least. But yeah, we'll see. What was I doing? Amber, Danny, Natalie White, Rachel. I think Rachel's moving down on this version. Amber more naturally gets to the end on her winning season. The problem is more so win equity wise. She probably only beats Rob. So yeah, that's kind of a rough winning scenario. But was playing optimally, was trying to get into that situation. I feel like she's probably Hatch. And was she lucky? Like, lucky in which way are we talking about? I guess we're talking about, like, the final 10 round. Like, you take care of her, I take care of you. Which, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, that's also her being unlucky, though. Like, it's her being swap screwed. And then she gets saved by, like, Rob's connection with Lex. But even then, you can credit that with, like, her having a connection with Rob. I don't think that's a major dismerit, really. Well, I see it's demerit, right? Not dismerit, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I think I still think with Hatch it feels okay to me. I would lean Hatch higher, probably. Yeah, I think I'll go Hatch higher. Like I think the Lex situation, I don't think it's enough to drop her like much further down, but I think it's enough to put her like the bottom of like her and Hatch. Danny Boatwright, I think, is just lower. Not much lower, but like still lower. Like she didn't need Final 3 immunity. Like I think the credit to Danny Boatwright is that she like obviously comes to down in numbers and is able to persevere through that. And I still think that's something I'm going to give her a lot of credit for on the final list. But I think in this version of the list, I probably go around here, right? Around Marianne and Vesepia. Probably closer to Vesepia. I think above Vesepia. Especially because Danny was a much bigger jury threat also. Actually, if anything, no, that's more Adam then, isn't it? Like Adam need Final 5. Danny need Final 3. Both were pretty... really, Danny's like a bigger jury threat as a whole. So yeah, I think maybe Danny above Adam. Yeah, I think above Adam there. And then what? Natalie White. Is Natalie White... Is Natalie White just number 1? I don't know. Saved by an Idol at Final 11? I don't know if saved is... Again, like Final 11, like she didn't get directly saved for 1. And then also even then, it's like... It's a spot where like Shambo was in on it. Yeah, like, I think if push came to shove, it's like... I feel like Russell could have probably pulled... Like if there was no Idol involved in anything, it's like... I don't think Philippa was dead to rights there. So yeah, maybe that's a situation where like maybe it's like an Amber situation where like okay, it's a minor knock, but it's not like a major knock. And I think like Hatch, she was someone that was like disfavored by an immunity run. To a degree, I guess. I guess it doesn't really matter actually, because like it's not like that person. Because actually, yeah, Hatch is someone that like beats the person that had the immunity run. It's not like Natalie was going to beat Brett. So yeah, I think I'm leaning this. And I think I'm leaning her and Amber being kind of a separate tier than Hatch at this point. Then we got Rachel Lamont, who I think is just lower. Rachel is someone that probably should have been a Final 7 boots. And like you obviously have the split tribal of it all. I'm not going to fault her for that. I think, again, it's her being screwed to begin with. But I will falter for Final 7 and Final 6. And even like arguably Final 5. But not 100%. Kenzie, where's Kenzie? Down here. Yeah, Final 7 had a lot of win equity. They did have a rock your path after that than Kenzie. Like, yeah, she's in this range. I'm debating above or below Kenzie. I think I would lean above? I don't know. It's a spot where, like, Rachel had a lot of win equity. Technically, Mother of Eve had more. Sort of like, we're comparing win equity. I think Kenzie probably has... Actually, no, that's probably not fair. I think Maria has a good chance against Kenzie, so it's probably a similar thing, actually. But Rachel also is, like, a lot more... because, like, Kenzie gets lucked out by, like, yeah, it's like, I actually think it's, I think below, actually, for this list. He's like, Kenzie gets lucked out about the Venus thing, but, like, still does survive the vote. Rachel needs immunity. If Rachel doesn't have immunity, she goes. And I guess, like, she had an advantage, whatever. Like, maybe she plays her advantages. But still, I mean, it's still a spot where, like, she needed, like, extra things to save herself. Where Kenzie didn't need those things and survives through more natural means, even though they're very lucky. So yeah, I think this feels fine. And if anything, actually, at this point, maybe just make this also a new tier. Eliza Yao, man. So yeah, what, Penner is down here. And then Andrea is... Sierra's above. Not Sierra. I forgot both Sierras are in this tier. Rick and Christian are below. Emily is below. And okay. That's it for that tier, right? I'm thinking we call it here, probably. Yeah, this is a fairly big tier, too. It's 350. I think we'll end here. I'll be back tomorrow. We might finish this tomorrow, genuinely. Like, I think we're kind of at the part where this becomes, like, a lot easier. Like, considering we've only worked on this for, like, not even 2 hours, I don't even think. We got through, what, like a good 36 people. We got through the same amount we got through yesterday. In only, like, 2 hours. So, I think we're going to finish this tomorrow night, this phase. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to do, like, 12:30-ish, somewhere around that range. Because generally, I actually need more time for this at this point than I do for this. Like, this is almost done. Like, I'm fairly confident this is, yeah, like, if I don't finish it tomorrow, we'll finish it. Like, I probably won't even stream on, like, if I don't finish this tomorrow, I probably won't even stream on Tuesday if I don't have this done also. Because I think I'm better off working more on this, and then we can finish this on Wednesday. So... yeah, I think I'm just at the point where I actually probably should allocate more resources towards getting this version of the list done. But, yeah, I will stream tomorrow, though. I'll stream tomorrow, probably around 12:30, and then we'll see if we can finish this. And if we can't, then we'll see after that. But, yeah, it's almost done. So, yeah, that's it for today. Again, I'll be back tomorrow. Don't expect too much new between now and tomorrow outside of me probably working a bit on that other second list. Because we're outside that, it's just like, I mean, we'll get the veto ceremony for Big Brother. Yeah, outside that, I probably won't really do too much channel related. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, either way. See you guys tomorrow.